So in the event that the fire alarm does go off, please make your way downstairs and out of the building to the far end of the car park. The fire officer is Mrs. Hoare, who sat there, so please do follow her, and she will hopefully keep us all safe. This is a public meeting, and obviously members of the public, only registered speakers, can be here because of COVID. So to be aware, this is being live streamed onto YouTube and Facebook, hoping that the social media platforms don't all go down. So there will be people who will be listening in and watching. So just thinking about how planning applications are presented, I'm just going to go through this now at the beginning, because obviously as we proceed, I won't go through this before each one. We will start off with the case officer presenting their report. Then we will have the registered speakers who will come forward in a specific order, which will be the objector, the supporter, and the parish council, and a ward member if registered to speak. And members of the committee will be able to question each speaker just on points of clarity, just to make sure they've understood. We will then get to the point where we will move the officer's recommendation. That is not an indication of how anybody's going to vote. It is simply it's a process to allow us to then be able to go into debate. At the conclusion of the debate, the members will vote and will then come to a decision. Okay, and just really a note for the speakers, please, if I could just ask you, you'll see there are microphones on the side and there's a podium there. So when you're called for to speak, if you'd be kind enough just to pick a microphone up, come and do your piece. You'll have 3 minutes in which to do it. And then when you have finished, if you'd be kind enough just to pop your microphone back on the floor underneath the table, and that will just that'll just help to keep everybody as safe as we possibly can. Okay. So we will make a start on the agenda. So actually, first, before I do that, I'm just going to, normally I'd ask officers just to introduce themselves, but because we've got a very full agenda, I'm actually going to take the liberty of just doing that very quickly. We have Mrs. Folds here, who's the legal advisor. Councillor Terry Pearce is the vice chair. I'm Councillor Julie Ellen, the chairman. Then we have Mr. Weimer, head of planning. We will have sat over there is the current planning officer for each application, and that will change as we go through. We have Mrs. Hoare, who is the clerk to the committee, and at the back we have Mr. Townsend, who is here from Highways, and I think we possibly have Mrs. Rehag at some point will be coming in on one of the applications with regard to the housing officer. Okay. So item number 1, apologies for absence, please, Mrs. Hoare.
Thank you, Chair. We've got apologies for absence from Councillor Hipsey, and Councillor Cheadle is substituting for him.
Okay, thank you. Item 2, which is the declarations of interest. So members are invited to declare any personal or disclosable pecuniary interests, including the nature and extent of such interests they may have in any items to be considered at this meeting. Members, any declarations? Councillor Cheadle?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say that as I wasn't a member of the Planning Committee when 1355 was last discussed, I shall abstain during that application.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll declare an interest in all the applications as a member of the Devon Building Control Partnership. I also have to make it known that I've received correspondence from Baker Estates and from a parish councillor in relation to the Lamerton application. I think probably all members have had that, but I would like it recorded I've received that. It will not affect my judgment and decision on that application.
Thank you. And yes, as you say, I believe all members have been written to and emailed, and that has been handled in line with our code of conduct. Councillor Ratcliffe. Could you put your microphone on, please?
Sure, I thought I had. Can you hear me now? Great stuff. Yes, I must also add that I've received communication from the Parish Council and also from Baker Estates, and that I also am a member of the Devon Building Control Partnership. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Leach, had you indicated?
Only to say that, like everybody else, we've had the same documentation from the parish and from the estate.
Thank you. I don't think all members need to actually declare that. As chairman, I've made that statement and confirmed that it has been handled in line with the code of conduct. Okay. Thank you very much. So any items, item 3 is items requiring urgent attention. There aren't any at this time. Item 4 is the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on 14th of September 2021. Members, are there any errors and omissions on pages 1 to 6, or are you happy for me to sign them as a true and accurate record? Okay. Thank you. Okay, I will do that at the end of the meeting, I think, probably. So we will start off then. We move to item 5, planning applications. And we will start off with item 1324/21/full. And this is for Oakhampton North, St James's Church of England Primary School, Fort Road, Oakhampton, the new artificial turf pitch with fencing. And I will hand over to the planning officer, Ms Arnold. Thank you.
Yeah, St James Church of England Primary School, this application is a resubmission of a previously approved scheme to replace the grass pitch with... Got to eat the microphone. Is that better? Right. This is a resubmission of a previously approved scheme to replace the grass pitch with turf and to include fencing. It also includes raising the height of the pitch from that previously approved. This is the site. The actual school buildings are here. I don't know if you can see that, whether it's registering for the pointer. Is that showing yet? No. Haha, we have it. Yeah, the school buildings are here. The pitch in question is situated here. As you can see from the aerial photograph, the actual hard standing, the base core level has been already put in place. Access from the school comes up here. I think you did the site visit, which I wasn't able to attend, so I think you're all familiar with where it is. And one of the concerns is the impact on the occupants of this row of houses. Just a few photographs. That shows the existing mugger that is part of the approved scheme for the original school, which is here. That's the gateway that goes through to the pitch. That's from taking a look down the other side towards the playground. You can see the difference in the land levels with the school at a lower level. This is one actually of the pitch looking back towards the school buildings with the houses on Crediton Road to the right. And these are the dwellings at Fossa Court, which are to the left of the pitch. It does show you that there is quite a significant land level drop from the height of the pitch round to the houses. That's looking from the pitch into the gardens and into the windows of the properties along Fossa Court. And that's taken from the rear of one of those properties looking back at the pitch. And you can see that the height as it stands is already clearly visible above the fence line. This is actually the site plan that was taken from the original approved scheme from the Devon County application, which showed you the original contour lines. That's at 178, which is where the corner of the pitch is, rising to 179, and then you've got 180 here. There are a couple of sections. There's one running this way, and then there's one running this way. This is the same site plan that was approved in the previous application to replace the grass pitch to the artificial turf. These are the sections that were included in the original county application, which show the land levels rising from east to west. So you've got the Chichicot Road there, and the school buildings are at this side. This does give you a land level of the proposed pitch, which is approximately 179.5 metres above sea level. So that's that level. There's also another section that shows from Crediton Road across, but this is actually taken at the higher level of 180, where the land levels don't drop away because this is much higher up the field. So the actual increase in levels isn't really apparent from this. So when it was approved by county, it's not really particularly helpful. But the effect of this is that in the corner of the pitch, if I go back to the previous application, in this corner here, as approved, the land levels were risen, agreed level to rise was by 1.5 metres. So that's quite a hefty rise on this part of the pitch already, but that was approved at county. Now, this is a section taken from the design and access statement with this application, which clearly shows that there is a further increase in the proposed land level of the pitch by approximately 80 centimetres. I think it was raised at the site visit about what was happening with the other grass pitch. The other half of the pitch is to remain as a grass pitch. A lot of spoil has already raised the height of that, but it is, according to this section, is to be reduced back to the approved level. So that will not be retained at the higher level. It is at a higher level than the pitch we're currently discussing, and has been approved as such, but it will be returned to that level, so it will not be as high as it is shown now. This is the site plan from the current application, and just by looking at the contour lines, you can see how much that has actually been raised up. The original contours came across here, and then across here, and then again across here. So you can see the tightly packed lines here show just how much that has been built up. These are the sections that have been submitted with this application, which show the land level at 180, can't remember, 180.2, I think it is, something like that, but also includes the 3-metre high fence that is proposed to go on top of the bank to try and maintain a level of privacy for the neighbouring occupiers. I think it was also queried as how much higher the bank, the actual pitch would be than existing. I haven't got that details to hand, but the sub-base is in place, and in the design and access statement it did include this section through of how it's constructed. So you would have the additional levelling layer, the shock pad, binding layer, and then the artificial turf on the top. So the two key issues that we have got issues with are the impact and character and appearance of the area, and the impact on the amenity of the neighbouring occupiers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Councillor Moyes.
As not all of us were on the site visit, can you just confirm on what is there now, how much higher with the fence that's going to be against the properties to the other side?
The bank itself will be 0.8 of a metre higher, and then you have a 3-metre high fence on top of that.
Thank you, so nearly 4 metres.
Anybody else? Councillor Cheadle.
I could ask, is there any reason why the pitch has been raised to the level it has? I mean, are we missing some information on whether it improves the drainage, or I mean, why is it higher than it should be?
I don't know, I'm sorry.
I would say, yeah, that's probably a question that you can, we do have a supporter speaking, so I think that's a question you can raise there. It was one that I had as well. Members, any other questions on this one? Can we just clarify, because it does state in the report, but there is a fallback position, is there not, for an existing AstroTurf pitch, but at the lower level. So essentially this is about the higher level rather than the AstroTurf element.
It's not the AstroTurf, the actual surfacing, that's the problem. it was approved for the AstroTurf and a 2.5 metre high fence, but they've not built it to that level. They've actually built it higher. Hence, this application has come in to try and rectify the error in the land levels, and they've also increased the height of the fence. So.
Thank you. Councillor Mott.
Sorry, can I just check? Because when we were on site, we were told that the original application was a 1.8 metre fence, not a 2.5.
I think that may have been from the county application. I think I've seen on one of them that definitely there was a 2.5 metre high fence.
I think, can we get clarity then, please, on what the fallback position is, please?
I'll check that.
Ms. Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Could we go back to the site drawing where it showed the east to west levels, please? Well, yeah, that one. Right, so when we went on the site visit, the area which is the higher level, that has to be reduced, does it? Because those two there look very much the same. So the one on the right is going to be reduced from what it is when we saw it on the site visit, and that is a proposal to raise the AstroTurf one up to, you know, by nearly, well, over 3/4 of a metre.
Yeah.
Right, okay, thank you. So the one on the right-hand side, I know we're not discussing that, but my feeling is that they're all bound in together on this application in a way. So that's got to be reduced by nearly a metre, that one has. So I'm just wondering if, yeah, I think I know where I'm going on this. Thank you.
Okay, answered your own question. Ms. Arnold, have you been able to find the answer on the fallback position, or are you still looking? Okay. Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask for the dimension from the top of the playing field, which faces the dwellings, and the face of the dwellings? What is that dimension between the two? So from the top of the bank where the playing field is to the brick wall of the housing. Is there a mean dimension? Because it might fluctuate, but what is the mean dimension? Thank you.
Okay, just waiting for the officer to find the relevant bit. I think the answer actually might be on page 17 of your report, when we're looking at neighbour amenity, and it's sort of about halfway down on the top paragraph, which is talking about difference in ground levels, and then the minimum distance between a main habitable room window and a blank wall should be at least 12 metres. Where there's difference in ground levels, these should be taken into account and the distance increased, normally by an extra 3 metres for every 2 metres increase in height. This would indicate a distance of 19.5 would be required between the fencing and the rear wall of the adjacent properties. And although the proposal is not an extension, which is referred to earlier on, the height of the fencing on the raised bank is comparable to the provision of a wall and at a distance of 18.9 metres. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Does that answer your question, or do you
It does
need a little
indeed.
more?
Thank
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions for a minute, we'll just wait for the officer to find the confirmation on the fence height on the fallback position.
On the approved drawings on the previous submission for the AstroTurf, interestingly, it says proposed 1.8 metre high or 2.4 weld mesh fence. So it looks like they kind of gave themselves the option, and I don't know whether that was actually picked up or not in the context of the decision on that particular application.
Okay, so that would be a maximum of 2.4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Mott. Thank you. Any other members have any other questions? Nope. Okay, in that case, we will move to our speakers. First up, we have Glennon Chatting Walters, who's an objector. Oh, it's Mr. I wasn't sure if it's the first or last name. If you'd like to come up and grab yourself a microphone, and there is a button on the side you might need to press to turn on, then a button on the front that says talk. So when you are ready, okay, you start and the timer will start. There's also a button on the front that says talk. That's it, lovely. And Ms. Hall will let you know when you're near the end of your 3 minutes, and I'll need to ask you to wrap up if you haven't finished by then. Okay, thank you. So over to you when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman, councillors and planners. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Firstly, I want to make it clear that I'm fully supportive of a sports pitch at this location. My daughter is at this school and will benefit from it, but the decision to vote on today is not of that. The decision you're all here to make is whether or not you allow the planning applications shouldn't be allowed. By agreeing to this, you are saying that the big builders and establishments that can show no regard or respect to the planning system and allow contractor negligence to stray from the plans. The school deserve a pitch, but us as homeowners also deserve our privacy. The school will only use a field part of the year where we will have to live in our houses for the entirety of it. There is no place in the rear of my house that is now private. Everyone who has agreed to the planning has done solely on the reason for a pitch for the children. Everyone who has refused it have done it for substantive reasons and at the height they now propose. The pitch is a metre higher than it should be. And the fence is also 2 metres or so higher than the original. And refusing this current application is to say that this is not acceptable. Having a fence as high as my house is not acceptable. Having children and my child looking into bedrooms and bathrooms is not right or fair on all those involved. Our street recommends this is refused. Your planners recommended it to be refused, so please refuse it and make it built as originally expected using the prior approved plans. The children will not be without a pitch, but let it please be at the original pitch height, which is not as obtrusive for those who live around it. I respectfully today request that you refuse this and let common sense and decency prevail, looking after what we have all worked so hard for and have the field as per the original approved plans that were submitted numerous years ago. Do not put cost before the residents' welfare.
Thank you. Any members got any questions? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. If you'd be kind enough just to turn the off switch.
Thank you for your time.
And pop it back underneath. That'd be great. Thank you very much. Okay. So next we have Ms. Michaela Myerscough, who is a supporter. Again, if you'd like to come forward, and I think you probably heard what I said before, so I won't repeat it. So on the side, and also then the button on the front. You might need to pull it down a little bit. That's lovely.
Morning.
Thank
Can
you
hear
very
me?
much. Okay,
Yeah.
when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I would firstly like to raise some comments made by our consultant. The report issued states that the fence and the bank result in a 5.05 metre enclosure being made up of a 2 metre bank and 3 metre fence, with a fence set back 18.9 metres from the rear of the nearest property. It states the JLP supplementary planning document that advises a separation distance of at least 12 metres, and it also states where there is a difference in the ground levels, these should be taken into account, and the distance increased by 3 metres of every 2 metres increased in height. The planning report interprets that the above calculation extends the separation distance from 12 to 19.5 metres. We strongly disagree with this assessment and interpretation of the JLP guidance on 2 counts. Firstly, if we refer to the JLP page 243, figure 24, the illustration there demonstrates how the extra distance is calculated in a setting almost identical to St James's, and it shows an opposing two-storey property on a 2-metre bank, which gives the extra distance of the 3 metres and not 7.5 stated in the report. Therefore, it would seem that the report's author is incorrectly using the overall height difference from ground level to the top of the fence and not the difference of the ground levels as per the JLP guidance. We believe the distance should be 15, not 19.5 metres. And secondly, the report states that the fence is 18.9 metres from the nearest property. This is a significant error, as we have checked the true distance between the 2 points and confirm it is a minimum of 23.6 metres. And to calculate this accurately, we have taken measurements from a combination of the engineer's topo survey and updated OS plan. These have been double-checked using both on-site measurements and Google Earth. We're also asking to increase the fence surrounding the pitch to a 3-metre height for good reasons, which is safeguarding to our children, privacy to the neighbours, eradicating balls being kicked over the fence into the neighbouring gardens, and additionally, it will also provide more security to the pitch when it's not in use, preventing nuisance and vandalism. And lastly, yes, I'm obviously emotionally involved in this because as parents, all we want is what's best for our children. And it's vital that the children of St James are granted access to this fantastic space so they can run, explore, play, learn and express themselves in a spacious, safe environment.
30 seconds.
Frequent access to outdoor space is essential to their mental and physical health, learning and development, and is recognised as such in the early years curriculum. And it's vital for the kids to have outdoor areas, especially as the pupil numbers will grow. So what would a different option be? Not having that outdoor space at all? Having more houses built on that land? Personally, I think that's a greater privacy concern than children using the space during school hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You did well done. If you just sit tight for a minute, because I think probably Councillor Cheadle will want to ask his question to you. Councillor Cheadle?
Thank you. You managed to slightly befuddle me with several numbers coming at me in rapid succession.
Technical.
But it appears to me that the surface of the pitch as it currently is around about 80 or 85 centimetres higher than it should be. Yeah. And my question is, why is that? Is there a good reason why the pitch is higher than it should be?
In my honest opinion, I'm not sure whether there's a good reason. I think what happened in the beginning, when I was involved in all the backgrounds as a governor to the school as well, our understanding was that building work has started on the pitch with the thought of not needing planning permission. So it came to the board, to us governors, we can start the work on the pitch because no planning permission is needed. Obviously that was incorrect information, and I think it's just down to a really unfortunate mistake that's been made, which in a personal opinion I now feel that the kids have to suffer from because it's an ongoing issue.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that's an answer.
Yeah.
Councillor Vachon, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'm too a bit befuddled by all the numbers that are coming up. But I heard there the height of the fence was you quoted as 3 metres.
Yes.
We're getting different heights at the moment, 1.8, 2.5, and 3
No,
metres.
Is
3 metres the correct height?
We are asking for the fence to be 3 metres, and it will be 2.5 metres private fence, and the last 2 metres private fence, and the last metre being mesh.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Lovely, thank you very much. If you'd be kind enough to just turn off and pop it on the floor. Thank you. Okay. That is our registered speakers for this application. Just give opportunities for any last questions before we move the recommendation. No? Councillor Cheadle, not Councillor Cheadle, sorry. Councillor Leach.
If I can get my voice to it today, I'm ward member, so do I get to have something to say?
You can do if you wish, unless you prefer to reserve your statements for debate. Yeah, that's what I thought. Most people who are ward members or on the committee will normally speak at debate to enable them to have the freedom to do so. Okay, so I will move the officer's recommendation as laid out on page 7, and that is a recommendation for refusal. Is there a seconder for that, please?
Happy to second, Chairman.
Thank you. So, members, we are now in debate on this particular item. Who would like to go first? Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. As everybody else is shy, I will start things going. This is quite a unique and difficult situation, and you know, as we saw from the site visit, the effect on the neighbouring properties, which have been recently built as part of that Crediton Road development, it's going to have quite an effect. And whilst I take on board the comments made by the second speaker, if we refuse this, it will not do away with the sports pitch altogether. There's already approval been granted for the pitches there, which Devon County achieved when the original planning permission came forward for the school and subsequent applications. So if this is refused today, which is the recommendation, we will not be stopping the children having a play area. It just means that it's got to revert to the original planning approval. I'm horrified, actually, having gone on the site visit. If this is raised, if that sports pitch is raised by the amount that is over 3/4 of a metre, it's going to have quite a detrimental impact on the neighbouring new properties. So I will be supporting the recommendation for that reason. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Leach, I think, and then Councillor Renders.
Yes, thank you. This issue has been going on for, well, literally since the school was built. If we go, I think a little bit of history is worthwhile here. So the school was built, and part of the whole contract was to have the two pitches installed at the same time. It seems that money was short, and Devon County Council decided not to build those particular pitches. Unfortunately, the contractor had put a lot of spoil on that site from the construction phase, and that wasn't taken away, so that created some more issues with the levels. What I don't quite understand is when Devon County Council passed it over to the academy, did the academy say, okay, we'll deal with these pitches, soil and oil and all? I do understand that work was started by a local charity, which was really good for these pitches and probably was done in error to start with from a planning point of view. But the other issue was Sport England and Devon County hadn't agreed to an all-weather pitch. Sport England stuck to the rules and said, no, we agreed to grass pitches, not the all-weather pitch. Planners, local members all agreed that we should go for the all-weather pitch. But to do so, we had to get permission from literally ministerial level, and this took months and months, and it kept going and going and going. In the end, it was permission was given for the all-weather pitch, but with drainage at the original levels. And that's the sticking point still today. If it goes in at the correct levels, I don't think anyone would be really concerned. The houses that you can now see on the drawings, those houses weren't built when this all started. And that shows how long ago this whole process has taken. I would have absolutely loved, I was going to say, and the other members, but personally, I would have loved this to have gone through delegated powers. But because of the issues with the levels, with the privacy, with the height of the fencing and everything that goes with it, it really had to come to this committee to make the decision. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. Councillor Enders.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of what I was going to say has been covered here. I've got questions, I'd written it down here. I mean, the consensus with the person objecting to the person supporting is the same, that, and Councillor Pearce touched on it earlier on, that whatever happens, they're going to get what they need. It's just about this height. And I think Councillor Chief, we were hoping that somebody would come and go, well, it's higher because of a drainage scenario or something, and obviously, but I think Councillor touched on it, it's obviously to do with an error, I would say, at the beginning, and down to the spoil that's in there, but I'm with the officer on this one. I think we need to take into account the people around him, and they're still going to get their pitch, and I think we need to run with it, personally.
Thank you. Any more for any more? Okay, members, then we will take this to the vote because it does seem fairly clear which direction it's going. So the officer's recommendation is support, refusal, for. So all those in favour, please show. Oh. On the side. To the side.
Got it. Sorry, Chair. Sorry to interrupt you. Happy for me? Yeah. I think there needs to be a slight correction on the reasons for refusal. Policy Dev 10 is in relation to delivering high quality housing. So I'm not convinced that there is grounds to refuse it on Dev 10. So the rest of it stands, but so there is certainly sufficient reasons for refusing it. But I think Dev 10 was an overthought. Okay.
Okay, yeah, consensus. Dev 1 I was actually specifically thinking about as well, so I slipped that one. I think I saw that as 1 when it's a 10. Okay, so members, I don't know whether that changes anybody's views or any further comment. Okay, then we will revert back to the vote then, please. All in favour of the officer recommendation, please show. Okay, any against or any abstentions? Okay, thank you. So that one is refused, I'm afraid. Okay, thank you. So now we will move to the next one on our agenda, which is 176621 OPA outline, that is for Milton Ford, which is land at SX 445766 Lamerton. Not quite sure what the pause is here. Oh, okay. We'll just need to pause just for a moment while we do a swapsies with the relevant people. Because of COVID, we can't kind of have everybody in all at the same time. So if we just hold fire just for a second. Thank you. Okay, we all ready? Can we carry on? No, thank you. Nobody disappearing out the room. Okie doke. Yeah. Okay, we've now got our planning officer in situ who's in a safe corner. So yes, as I said, we were on 176621 outline for the land at Lamerton, and Mr. Kitchen is our planning officer for this one, please. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an application, an outline application for up to 20 dwellings on a site at Lamerton, at a site known as the rear of the farriers, and we had a members' site visit last Thursday to have a look at the site. The application site made an outline, all matters reserved other than points of access. So we are being asked to determine the points of access as part of this application, but all other matters are reserved. So this is the application site here, and just highlight it here. So field, approximately 1 hectare in size, I think 1.1 hectares. Got the main road running through here. We've got the unnamed lane running down to the B3362 running down here, and we'll come on to the points of access later in the presentation. The residential development known as the farriers here. We have Woodbine Cottage here and 2 new dwellings constructed on the old Village Hall site here. In terms of its location to facilities, we have the Blacksmith's Arms on the junction, bus stops with sort of infrequent bus routes into Tavistock. We have the playing fields and Village Hall and children's play area here. I think some members may have parked in that car park for the site visit, or there was also the pub car park there where other members parked. The school is here with the church just beyond, just off plan here. There is a shop at the local petrol filling station, which is off to the northwest here, although that's probably not a walkable route. It's probably drivable for everyone already in Lamerton. Application red liner as submitted. The only thing to note on this plan and some of the other plans I'll be showing you in a moment is the sorry, I'm having a few troubles here. Some of the plans, I've lost my laser pointer, I'm afraid. I think this has crashed. Bear with me a moment. I'm just going to just make sure this presentation is still working. Sorry, what I'm seeing on my screen is not necessarily what you're seeing at the moment, but I think we're just about there. So yeah, what I was trying to say is the laser pointer disappeared again. But where the Village Hall is, or the old Village Hall site here, is now 2 dwellings. But on some of the plans, there are. It is shown as the hall still. Yeah, it's not moving. Right, so sorry, members, there does seem to be a bit of a delay from clicking a button for this slide to actually change. This document is from the design and access statement, so not being put forward as a plan for approval, but just showing the site in context in terms of its relationship to facilities. I pretty much showed you that on a previous slide anyway, but you can you see where the pub is marked, the children's play area and the Village Hall, and bus stops. And the submitted indicative plan, so this plan is indicative to show how the site could accommodate up to 20 dwellings. As I said, all matters are reserved other than the points of access, where you can see 1 point of access off the main road, on the sort of northwest boundary, and one point of the northeast boundary, and one point of access off the lane on the northwest boundary by where there's a tree opposite that point of access. I'm going to try and persevere and tell you about the application while this speeds up. So we're here to determine the access. I do have some slides to show you of the site from the site visit and previously, and it has now properly crashed. So bear with me a moment, please, members. I'd like to restart the presentation because it's going to be quite difficult to do it without.
We'll just have a brief pause just to allow IT to catch up with everything else. Okay, so members sit tight, please.
Thank you. I do apologise for this. I will stick to the mouse buttons and try to avoid using the pointer if it's not going to work. So this is the indicative layout plan. You've clearly got the touch. And an indicative building heights plan here. This is the plan I showed some members on the site visit. Just showing potential building heights, showing 1 story in the dark purple there, next to the farriers, 1.5 story in the lighter pink colour, and then the 2 stories shown in the darker pink on the sites where it is showing an indicative attenuation basin. So you've got the 2 darker pink dwellings where next to an indicative attenuation dwelling. You've got the tree on the other side, large oak tree, that is subject to a tree preservation order. And then potential for some pairs of semis and short terrace on the right-hand side of the plan in that southeast corner of the site.
Okay, Mr. Kitchen, would it be helpful if we just pause just for 5 minutes to enable you to completely reboot? Okay, we will do that because we need to make sure we have the right information attached to the right slides. And I'm aware that there are people who are watching this as well with great interest on YouTube and Facebook. So we need to be sure that what is being said from the planning officer is also what we can see on the screen. So I would ask members to sit tight, not leave the room though, because of the time constraints. But we will just have a brief recess of, say, 5 minutes to reboot. Thank you. Okay, if we just hang fire and get the live stream back up and running a second. If you can let me know when that's up. Yep, all good. Okay, my apologies for the delay. We now have, hopefully, all systems go. So back to you, Mr. Kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I apologise for that, members. I've now opened a separate version, so that should work much better now. Yeah, so I believe this is where we were sort of leaving off in terms of moving on to some photographs. So indicative plan there, showing indicative layout, but the access points to be determined. A site, so this photograph taken in the summer. This is from members on the site visit. So this was towards the where the field gate onto the main road was, the field gate we exited. So this is looking back down the site. We have the TPO oak tree here, the boundary of the application site, so this hedge line here, and looking across the open fields. The AOMB is over the ridge, so there actually isn't any intervisibility between the AOMB and the site. Looking to the right, we can see the development at the Farriers. This is the property known as Tradewinds. That's where the stile was, the public footpath. And looking across to the left, Woodbine Cottage and the two new dwellings at the old village hall. Now stood further down the site, pretty much by the exit of the field on the public footpath. Looking to the left, seeing the oak tree there. Looking up, you can see the trodden line of the public footpath. That's the property Tradewinds and the Farriers. The field access gate to the main road here. And then looking around to the right, Woodbine Cottage and the two new dwellings there. Stood in the bottom corner of the site, in the southwestern corner, where we met on our site visit, looking back towards the Farriers. The tree is off to the right here, and you can just see the roofs of the dwellings, new two dwellings there. And then some longer distance views. So this is from the public footpath, looking back towards the site. So the application site is this field here. The backdrop of the Farriers is there. Two new dwellings there, and you can see it in relation to the landscape in terms of it not breaking skylines and being seen against the backdrop. Just going to show you that on a zoomed lens. So this is the same photograph, but with a zoom, you can just about see. So that's the oak tree there. So the application site being this lighter colour field here. And I'm showing you this just so you can get an appreciation of how it sits in the landscape amongst, say, spacious development, which is interspersed with mature trees. Moving on to the detail parts of the application, we've been asked to determine the access points. There are two access points. One main access point onto the main road on the right-hand side of your screen there. Hopefully you can see on that includes public footways, so highway footways, which would link up to the existing footway, which runs in front of the Farriers. Also proposed is an uncontrolled crossing point, and that's on the top of your screen where there's some writing. I'm afraid the laser pointer's disappeared again, so I can't show you that. But on the top of your screen, where you have the two areas of grey, and there's some writing with two arrows pointing towards it, that is the proposed uncontrolled crossing point to cross from the footway to the Blacksmith's Arms. On the left-hand side of the screen is the second access onto the lane. This is an access with a 2.4 and by 25 metre visibility splay, so a much shorter visibility splay, to account for the rural sort of character of that lane. And as part of the two access points, it is possible to have a route running through the site and creating an alternative route for traffic that would be otherwise using the lane and the junction to the north. I'm just going to pause once again because the presentation has stopped and just restarted. I really do apologise to this, members. So we have the two access points proposed onto the lane and onto the main road. I'm guessing nothing on this.
Okay, the officer's just swapping laptops to see if that helps, because it looks like it's a laptop issue rather than a presentation issue.
We shall persevere with this new laptop. It's fine.
Okay, my apologies once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to need to do another reboot. And hopefully get it saved directly onto the laptop rather than run from the network. And hopefully that will resolve the issues. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, thanks again for your patience. Take 3. We'll have another go, and hopefully this will work this time. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I've got my pointer back, I'm going to point out what we've been asked to consider in detail. So this main access, new footway, running on to join the existing footway at the farriers, across the uncontrolled crossing point to the other side of the road where the Blacksmith Arms, and the sort of new footway delineated curb put in there. So they're the off-site highway works which form part of the report. And then a second access off the lane here to avoid vehicles using the junction with the Blacksmith's Arms and Main Road. This is the planting plan to create the new junction, or the new access onto the lane, would require the removal of about 50 metres of hedge bank. This plan is to show how that would be replaced on the inside edge of the visibility display. So it would be able to achieve the necessary visibility from a highway safety point of view, but also replace the hedge bank which is there at the moment, to ensure that the rural character and feel of that lane is retained. So we don't have an over-engineered solution. So that still feels like a rural lane, high hedge bank either side, but with the visibility. On the main access, there's a hedgerow along there, or on a small bank. That would need to be removed pretty much along the entire stretch between the new access and the existing footway, in terms of putting that new footway in, but then a new hedge bank and hedgerow could be planted back on the inside edge of that, shown in light green here. I think on this side, the existing hedgerow is probably good enough to be able to just cut back a bit and get the necessary visibility displays there, and with any necessary replanting just on the corner. Vehicle tracking diagrams to show how lorries, and so showing a lorry coming in off the lane that's achievable, and also showing a car coming in off the lane as a car is trying to exit at the same time. So that demonstrates that the lane access can be kept as small as possible in terms of not changing the character of the lane, but can accommodate the type of traffic which is likely to use it. Obviously, mainly vehicle cars and lorry up to refuse size vehicle size there. And a tree protection plan, a planting plan, a tree hedgerow protection plan, showing where elements of hedgerow would need to be removed, where the blue lines show areas where fencing would go up to protect existing hedgerows, and fencing around the existing TPO there as well. So a tree protection plan to show how the remainder of the sites can all be retained in terms of existing hedgerows and trees, but also showing the bits where existing hedgerows would need to be removed for the purposes of creating the access points. This is looking at the main the existing field gate off the main road. So this is about the proximity of the new access onto the main road. Looking back at that, so we just have the end of the footway here, which is at the front of the farriers. The new access point would be here. This footway would extend beyond the end there, all the way down into the site. So anyone living in the site, we had to come out and walk along the new footway to join the existing footway here at the farriers to the point where the photo is taken, which is where the uncontrolled crossing point would be. So a lowered curb with tactile paving to cross the main road. So that would be in this location here, and it would land on this side outside the Blacksmith's Arms. So this is highway, and it would need a new curb line put in down here with the lowered curb and the tactile paving to create the other side of that crossing point. So those points are being applied for in detail. And then just looking at the junction. So this is looking from sort of Green Hill back at Farriers Cottages. So we've got the Blacksmith's Arms on the left there, we've got the existing junction here, which has building right up to the edge. And this is the junction I refer to in the report as having really sort of substandard visibility in both directions. This is stood on the white line, looking down the road. But this is looking when you're 2.4 meters back, and that would be the position you would be in if you were sat in a vehicle trying to pull out. So as part of the application, providing an alternative route so vehicles don't have to use this junction, this is what it's trying to achieve in terms of avoiding vehicles having to use this blind exit here. Looking the other way, slightly more visibility when I'm stood on the white line, but please note I'm on the white line. If I go 2.4 meters back, that is the visibility I've got there. So just the photographs to show how that junction visibility is at the moment. And because the proposal involves an alternative route, it would mean that vehicles won't necessarily have to use that junction, and they could use the alternative route through the site. And now some photographs from the lane, just looking down the lane. So this is where the new access point would be on the lane. This is that high hedge bank I said would need to be, so 50 metres needs to almost be pushed back into the site to ensure we have the visibility. So it needs to be pushed back 2.5 metres at the point of the access. But at this point here, it's sort of at grade. It can just come in into there. And then looking back up the road, so this is the existing field access off the lane. So actually this bit gets filled in with hedgerow, and then the hedge bank here gets cut back for the new access point here. So as I say, the rest of that is an outline. It's for indicative purposes only, but this is quite a useful plan just to get a feel for the character of the area for those who weren't on the site visit. And the pub here with bus stops out the front, good relationship with the village hall, playing area here, playing fields as well. The school is down sort of walking distance, another sort of 500-600 meters beyond, so that's about a five-minute walk, and then the church beyond that. So in terms of its position, it's quite well related to Lamerton in terms of where a number of the facilities are located. It would provide good accessibility in terms of pedestrian movement, improved pedestrian movement for existing residents as well, in terms of providing that new footway across and crossing point there. The proposal would also give an alternative route through to avoid vehicles having to use this junction here. And the other sort of thing I'm placing weight on in my recommendation in terms of benefits is this is providing up to 20 houses, and because it's over 11, the policy kicks in terms of affordable housing, where it needs to provide at least 30% or 30% affordable housing. So that would be 6 units. So that is addressing a need we can see in the area from Devon Home Choice, showing indications needed for 9 units of affordable in the area. So this as a proposal could help address that need in terms of picking off some of that with a requirement to provide 30%. And if that was of 20 dwellings, that's 6 units on-site delivery of affordable housing, which could be secured through Section 106 agreement. The indicative plan shows a layout which can achieve the necessary open space requirements, protection of the TPO tree, potential for drainage areas in terms of SUDs, so a soakaway, surface water soakaway on the site here. It can achieve that, and then also it would achieve the other Section 106 requirements for sports facilities contributions, equipped play contributions, which could both be spent in this area here. The amounts of that are indicative, laid out on page 22 of the report. Allotments contribution, a highways contribution of £5,000 to investigate and potentially implement, if found suitable, an alternative route for vehicles. It would deliver the alternative route, whatever, but if further work was needed to actually deal with the existing route here, that contribution would help investigate that. And I have the highways officers here from Devon County Council who will be able to answer any questions specifically on that. Education contributions towards secondary school transport, the necessary Plymouth Sound Estuaries Marine site contribution to offset the recreational impact of development on the Tamar Valley, and also the Section 106 to ensure that the provision of that proposed footway and indicative crossing points there off-site as part of the highways works could all be secured by Section 106. Other matters could be controlled by condition as an outline to get details of the housing mix in terms of carbon reduction within developments, and you'll see those following from page 22 on the report. And the recommendation is therefore to approve outline planning permission subject, well, to delegate permission, to delegate authority to the head of development management to secure those Section 106 requirements on page 22 of your report, and subject to those being secured, to approve outline planning permission. Happy to answer any members' specific questions on the site. I do apologise for the stop-start nature of the presentation, but if members have any specific questions, please do ask, and I'll do my best to answer those. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Townsend, did you want to come in from Highways, or do you want to just respond to any relevant questions?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Mr. Kitching's presentation is better than the IT, I have to say, because he said everything that I wanted to say. The only other bit of background information I would give is that although the crossroads has its obvious difficulties with respect to visibility, rather fortunately, the collision history at that crossroads does not manifest itself in a bad personal injury collision record. There are no actual personal injury collisions recorded at the crossroads. There's one to the northwest a little way and one to the southwest, well beyond where the proposed access is going to be. That doesn't mean that there haven't been damage-only accidents or collisions at that junction. Unfortunately, they don't have to be reported to the police and they aren't kept on our database, so we have no definitive information in that regard. But like Mr. Kitching, I'm happy to answer any questions that may be arising.
Thank you. I do have a couple myself, actually, so I'll kick off. With regard to the crossing, and this is for Mr. Townsend, are you satisfied that that proposed uncontrolled crossing will be safe, given that I realise that there is a public right-of-way, so people who are using that public right-of-way are crossing the road anyway, but this is different because this is going to be a residential area. So I'm thinking particularly in the dark, young people going to and from school and onto other places. And so are you satisfied that it'll be safe as an uncontrolled crossing?
An uncontrolled crossing in this location, having regard to the number of vehicles using the road and having regard to the number of pedestrians crossing it, is the most appropriate one to use. A controlled form of crossing that is underused is actually potentially more dangerous than an uncontrolled crossing because drivers habitually drive through without having to stop. We haven't looked at the provision of a controlled crossing at that location at all, but I suspect the proximity of the public house opposite, the proximity of the junction, other things like the urbanisation of a village location would make it a little less acceptable as a solution than an uncontrolled crossing.
Thank you. And my other question relates to the access points, which have been obviously to county standards and have been looked at in terms of recycling lorries. Has the agricultural traffic been taken into account, given that the lane would be predominantly used for agricultural traffic existing, so combine harvesters and whatnot are going to need to be able to get from A to B?
We don't know what the internal layout is going to be of the new residential development. We only know what the access points are like. It is possible that the larger vehicles using that lane, such as combine harvesters and agricultural vehicles, may not be able to pass through the site, but at least the option exists for cars and smaller vehicles to go through that way, and for residents of the new development to exit either route onto the highway network.
Can I just clarify then, because in the report it does talk about the option for potentially that little lane to be closed off for traffic ultimately?
Yes, that was the thought at the time I wrote that, but since that, further thought has gone into the situation, and it may be that it may not be appropriate to do that because of its use by agricultural vehicles, but the contribution is towards the consideration. And basically, that's the important thing is we don't know what we're going to be implementing, or if anything, as an improvement over and above what is currently to be provided as a result of the development.
Okay, thank you. I do have another question. It's not to do with highways, so I will let other questions come forward if any members have them. All right. Councillor Mott and Councillor Moyes and Councillor Vachon.
Thank you. Can I ask why this application was not assessed against TTV 27, please?
Because when we look at the plan, we have to look at the plan as the whole, including policies SPT 1 and 2 and policies TTV 1 and 2 as well. The application put forward is not being put forward as an exception site where so TTV 27 is the royal exception sort of policy, which relates to sites where it wouldn't normally be granted planning permission, but because of a very special circumstance of providing additional amount of affordable housing, it allows that to be considered. But in this instance, because my recommendation is that I think I believe it complies with the plan as a whole, including SPT 2, that we don't get there. We don't move to have to consider it under TTV 27 because it is acceptable in terms of the plan as a whole, because of its good relationship to existing facilities and lack of harm or impact in terms of its visual appearance and how well it is related to the existing village. So that is why it's not being considered under TV 27 or put forward under that, because it actually complies with the plan when viewed as a whole, including the sort of higher level policies of SPT 1 and SPT 2.
Thank you, Councillor Moyes and Councillor Vachon.
Yes, for the highways officer, your accident record that you said, what period does that cover?
Through your chair, we prefer to call them collisions these days, and it covers from 2016 to 2020.
Right, so you don't have any answers to what went on before? You can't go back further?
For the purposes of assessing planning applications, the planning inspectorate only consider the last 5 years, which is the validity of a planning application.
Thank you.
Councillor Vachon, then Councillor Cheadle.
Thank you, Chair. One for highways. We were talking about obviously the two entrances there, and the possibility this will be used as an alternative to the road crossing at the top. Are those entrances, have they been designed adequately enough for all that alternative traffic to go through, or is there going to be a traffic survey to determine whether those two entrances are fit for purpose?
They've been designed to accommodate all potential traffic from the development and possibly cut-through traffic as well.
Thank you. Would you be doing another survey before the final plans are approved?
The junction is being approved in detail at this application, so the answer to that has to be no.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cheadle.
Thank you. It's a highways one again. Given the pictures we saw of the lack of visibility 2.4 metres back from the edge of that junction, that one, would there be merit in not having that access off the lanes to avoid residents, were it to be approved, using that junction? It looks to me problematic.
Through you, Chair. I would have to disagree with that, Councillor, I'm afraid, because a visitor to the site coming from that lane would have to go to that junction and turn right and then turn right back into the site rather than turn right into the site from the lane.
Well done, you've got me there.
So in other words, it would anybody coming from the southwest would have to go up to the junction and turn right and then turn right back into the site rather than avoid that junction and come in through the site onto the lane.
So one way of interpreting that is the site becomes a rat run for people that don't want to go up the junction.
I can't imagine it's going to become a rat run, to be fair, and besides, we don't have detailed layout yet. But it will be designed so as to make it not a rat run, or you know, it will be designed to restrain vehicle speed within the site anyway. But it will just be a safer alternative.
Okay, well, if it's a safer alternative, I'd suggest the other one is more dangerous.
Using the junction at the crossroads is more dangerous than using the route through the site.
Right. The second question I've got is, I understand that some money is put aside for a survey of the crossroads, of the implications of the crossroads, as I read it. If that's the case and it recommends improvements or adjustments to that crossroads, how are they funded?
The difficulty is that we cannot request more funding than is appropriate by means of this development, and the initial idea was to consider it being closed to vehicles and closing it at some point between the crossroads and the access onto the lane. As I said at the time I wrote my initial response, with a little bit of hindsight, it is unlikely that is going to be a suitable option because of the type of vehicles that use that route and would have to go through the site. The answer is that we would only have the money available to consider and implement whatever measures were available within that finance budget. So in other words, it would be used, it could be used for a traffic order, for example, £5,000, to ban turns or to modify turns at the junction, but it couldn't be used for anything fundamental with respect to civil engineering.
Okay, Councillor Moyes.
Yes, for our planning officer, I'm assuming that the style will be altered so that people with any length of leg can negotiate it. The other thing is, adding on to the chairman's comments about farm vehicles using the other road, the implement she mentioned, yes, one has to think of tractors towing slurry trailers, and that usually drops all over the place as they go through, and mud on their wheels as well.
What was the actual question there? It isn't clear. Okay, so there wasn't an actual question, but I don't know if there is anything regarding the style.
Yeah, so there is a public right of way which crosses the site from an existing style here through to I think it's here is the second style outside the site. So the reserved matters would deal with the layout of the site, and that would have to deal with any potential diversion of the right of way, as in if this layout were to come forward, the diversion would have to take place because it would go straight through those gardens. So that diversion could be through through along the footway, then through the site here, or there could be an alternative route, depending on whatever the layout is. But that could be secured at the reserve matters stage, and that access, I'm sure, could be changed to something different because the style is only required at the moment because it's an agricultural field. If it was no longer an agricultural field, there were other ways of moving in and out. So I'm sure we can do something like that as part of reserve matters.
Thank you.
Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Looking at that picture there now, and this is a question for highways, if this is approved today and should reserve matters come forward, would you consider implementing a one-way system through the proposed estate and also in an anti-clockwise direction to go down Duxpool Farm Lane, which would take some of the traffic flow away from the residential properties on the estate and just going around in an anti-clockwise direction? I mean, that seems a common sense way for that particular layout.
Through you, Chair. Yet again, we don't know what the internal layout's actually going to end up being. It is something that we could consider. There are difficulties with that, though, because the geometry would yet again have to accommodate the larger agricultural vehicles, even if they were only going to be going one way. The other thing is that it would need disproportionate signage in a rural location because you'd have to have no entry signs, one-way only signs. In theory, each individual private access would have to have an arrow opposite the access telling people which way they turned when they came out of the access. And also, if you've got kids out and about on bikes, they wouldn't be able to cycle against the traffic up to see their friends at the other end of the cul-de-sac or road because they'd have to go all the way out onto the road and round and back in again. So I suspect there are some difficulties with that, but it doesn't mean that we won't necessarily look at it once the detailed plans are available.
Thank you. I have one question. It hasn't been sort of picked up, so I'm going to pick it up. I appreciate fully, but just for avoidance for people who are watching who may not, we can only look at the application that is before us. But I am very much aware that a lot of the objections that have been raised have been about sort of overdevelopment, that there are other sites that have come forward for 5 and 5, and other properties being built. But equally, none of those sites will provide the affordable housing element because they're not at the right number. So my question is really as to whether there have been any other recent developments in Lamington since the joint local plan was adopted that have actually had that affordable housing element within them.
No, we don't. I don't believe so. There've been 2 permissions for 5, one just up here and one just off plan down here, but neither of those secured any affordable housing, and there's been no other consents.
Okay, so this is the only one that we're kind of likely to be looking at any time regarding that could produce affordable housing.
Yes, well, the way the policy is framed because of national policy is that schemes of 10 or fewer would not normally be required to provide affordable housing on site. So it almost that it has to be schemes of 11 or more to get it as a policy requirement, unless you come forward as some sort of rural exception site or perhaps grant-funded rural housing proposal.
Thank you. Ms. Rehag, did you want to come in?
My point where the Court Barton was one of the applications that did get approved probably about 6 or 8 months ago. My memory's not great remembering that one, but there was an element of affordable potentially on that site, but it's not been built out at all yet. So there's nothing new that's been delivered in Lamington.
Okay, I was just trying to gain really the bigger picture for the whole area. That's what I'm trying to achieve, really. Mr. Wyman? Yep.
Thank you, Chair. The only comment I would make is that I think you asked the question of the case officer whether anything else will be coming further forward. We can only comment on what the situation is now. That element of crystal ball gazing in terms of what is likely to come forward is going to be very much nothing more than best guess, I'm afraid.
Yes, I do appreciate that. I'm just trying to get the bigger picture, really. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Renders.
Just a quick one, actually, clarification. I don't know if this is the right time or not, but I noticed Councillor Jury's put this here, and there are a couple of comments about the fact that it doesn't comply with the JLP, and it's a greenfield site. Are there going to be any other representations on it? And if not, can we clarify whether it is or it isn't? Now, I would have asked the officer, but I didn't know if anybody else was going to speak.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're seeking to clarify.
I want to clarify whether or not the settlement is part of the settlement, and is this a greenfield site?
That is one that can go to the planning officer.
Yeah. Sorry.
But the second part, well, yes, it's a greenfield site in this it's a field, so it's not previously developed land, and that. In terms of, I believe you'll hear some representations as well about whether there are about settlement boundaries. Obviously, we're working within a plan which does not have settlement boundaries. We don't have a line drawn around villages where one side of the line it's okay, but the other side it's not. The plan is framed in a much broader sense in terms of looking at accessibility and sustainability. So we're working in a plan system or in a development plan which does not have settlement boundaries, but I believe there will be some more speakers who will raise that issue, and I'm sure we might come back to it.
Any other members have any questions for the moment? Okay, I will move to our registered speakers. The first speaker that was registered has submitted a written statement, as he has sent his apologies at the last minute for a very good reason. So Ms. Hoare, it will read out the statement from the objector, if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am a long-standing Lamerton resident. I want to reinforce my councillors who say that everything that your council has published over the past 16 years has told us that this site is outside the village and is in the countryside, as the slides show on the screen. In line with West Devon's decision to exclude this site from the settlement boundary, the parish council's consultant also identified the site as being outside the village, and they unanimously rejected it. This is the basis for our neighbourhood plan, and I'm astonished that one officer can overturn all of those council decisions. If you needed further persuasion, you must have seen from your site visits how cut off this site is from the village by the main road. As well as being in the countryside, it is dangerous. Villagers keep a regular speed watch on this road, and far too many vehicles exceed the speed limit by as much as 20 miles per hour. The idea of building 20 houses with over 60 people, including young children and elderly people, on the opposite side of the road from the village and expecting them to cross via an uncontrolled crossing is an accident waiting to happen. Policy DEV 29 of your local plan says that the new homes should be located so as to provide safe, secure walking and cycling access to local services and amenities. This application does no such thing. The truth is that Lamerton isn't actually in desperate need of new homes, and we should not even be thinking of building on such unsuitable sites. For one thing, West Devon have much more than a 5-year housing land supply, so there's no strategy needed for this development. Also, the local plan allocates Lamerton around 20 new homes between 2017 and 2034. Your officers have told us in writing that half of these 20 homes have already been provided in the first 4 years of the 20-year local plan period. There is also an application on a brownfield site within the village which is easily capable of providing all of the remaining 10 homes. Members, there is no need to build on this site, especially since it won't provide the 60% affordable housing that your local plan requires from exception sites in the countryside. At the recent election, the people of Lamerton voted overwhelmingly against large new developments on sites like this, and I ask you to respect that vote, which, as it happens, matches previously with your own decision that the site is outside the village. Finally, the draft neighbourhood plan identified a need for 18 affordable homes, not 2, as the case officer says. This proposal, which should be offering 12 of these 18 homes, is offering a mere 6, which barely touches the real need. Thank you for listening, and I end by asking you to refuse permission for this dreadful, inadequate and unnecessary application.
Thank you. That was 3 minutes on the dot. Well done. Okay. Not easy when you're reading it out on behalf of somebody else. Okay, so now we will move to a supporter, which is Mr. Eyre from Baker Estate. So if you'd like to step up and help yourself to a microphone, I think you probably already heard. That's it. You've got it. You've done this before. Thank you very much. And when you are ready to make a start, then your time will start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Eyre, and I'm Land and Planning Director with Baker Estates. The application you have before you is one which is in accordance with the Joint Local Plan, where there is an absence of harm and where the benefits clearly outweigh any other impacts on the village. It is not an isolated development and is well related to the facilities in what is classified in the JLP as a sustainable village. The history of the neighbourhood plan has shown that there is no consensus. Indeed, there has been considerable disagreement in the community. There is some support for the application, so it would be wrong to conclude that there is just universal opposition, especially when considered against the alternatives. The site is outside the green triangle, so cherished by the local community, and is away from the conservation area and the setting of the Grade 2 star listed church and other heritage assets. It can't be seen from the ONB and will have a limited visual and traffic impact for the village. We have committed to being careful in the detailed design to respect the amenity of our neighbours, including proposing reduced storey heights in parts of the site. We always commit to full consultation as part of our reserve matters preparations. The protected tree and the majority of the hedgerows on site will be retained and increased and will be better managed by the management company, along with other new public open space created on the site. The drainage strategy involving soakaways is right at the top of the SUDS hierarchy. In other words, it is the most sustainable solution possible. There's spare capacity in the local schools, so there's not undue pressure on the local education system. In summary, then, there are no statutory consultee objections to the application and no harm is identified. In terms of the benefits, these include 30% or 6 affordable homes in a location where there are 9 households on the council's register. We will provide homes that will meet a local open market need that is not currently catered for, and we met several people on our consultation living locally who were keen to move into the sort of homes we're proposing on this site. It is therefore not just the affordable houses that have some sort of community value. The site will provide a safe means of avoiding the currently dangerous junction opposite the Blacksmith's Arms. The site will provide an improved crossing opportunity for existing residents as well as new residents. The site has a role to play in supporting local services. Jobs in the local area will be supported and created. A 10% biodiversity gain will result from the development. And overall, a quality development will result from an award-winning developer that will retain a positive legacy for the village. In summary then, Lemerton has been identified as a sustainable village in the Joint Local Plan, and this site delivers on those policies and is a sustainable site. The benefits from delivery of just 20 homes are significant as highlighted, and the site has and will be designed to avoid harm. It is deliverable as this application has shown. It is exactly the sort of proposal that the MPPF and the local plan seeks to deliver in sustainable villages, and we therefore respectfully ask you to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions, Mr. Eyre? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Eyre, do you intend to construct the estate road to adoptable standards upon completion of the contract? And I'm thinking of this particularly as how refuse will be collected from that site.
Yeah, I did hear the question. Yeah, the intention is for the road to be adopted, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Cheadle.
Thank you. I'm turning to my old favourite of that junction opposite the pub. Are you comfortable with that?
Well, the junction opposite the pub is obviously there now, and as was
Yes, but I
about,
mean, this estate will encourage traffic from the estate to use that junction. Does that sit comfortably with you?
My view, and I think it's probably the view of the highways officer, is that actually people within the site will choose to use the safe entrance and exit to the site rather than choosing to go up the lane in order to go up to the main road there.
Yes, I think my point really is that you're giving them the option of a safe exit or an unsafe exit.
Yes, the through road will provide a safe junction as an alternative to the existing junction, as we've heard about before.
Thank you. Any other questions from anybody? No, thank you very much indeed. Then if you'd pop that one back under the table, that'd be great. Thank you. So next I should like to invite Councillor Jess Evans from Lamerton Parish Council, please, if you would. Thank you. Wonderful. And your time will start when you do. You'll need to bring it down, the speaker bit down to be picked up, I think. Lovely. Thank you very much. And if you can just turn it on the front as well.
Chair, as the slideshow shows, for 16 years your council has told our community that this site is outside the village and is in countryside. That is the basis for our neighbourhood plan. We are astonished that the report in front of you says exactly the opposite. I ask the committee to decide once and for all that this site is outside the village and that local plan policy TTV 26 applies, not TTV 25, as the case officer says. The report says that TTV 26 does not apply in this case because the site is not isolated. That misrepresents the policy badly. The first part of TTV 26 concerns isolated development in the countryside. Chair, that's irrelevant. No one has ever claimed that this is an isolated development in the countryside. The second part of TTV 26, however, applies to all developments in the countryside, and at Policy 2.4, it requires proposals to, and I quote, respond to a proven agricultural, forestry, and other occupational need that requires a countryside location. This application does none of these things, and it should be refused on the basis of conflict with Policy TTV 26. Policy TTV 27 says you can approve an exception site out the village, providing that it is reasonably well related to the village services. Again, I agree with Mr. Pedder. The site is not well related to the church, the school, and the nearest shop nearly a mile away, and the bus service is only twice a week, not daily as presented today. The case officer says that 6 affordable homes proposed are a benefit. However, an exception site must contain an absolute minimum of 60% affordable housing. In this case, that would be 12 affordable homes. In other words, this proposal provides only half of what your local plan requires. For that reason also, it should be refused. Finally, neither the applicant nor your case officer has provided any reason for you to override your local plan for a proposal such as this. There is certainly no urgent housing need because half of the 20 new homes in the village required by the local plan have already been built, and there is an application that can provide the remaining 10 homes. Chair, the Parish Council believes that this is an unjustified and inadequate development in the countryside. It does not meet the requirements for an exception site, and we are deeply concerned about pedestrian safety on this busy main road and Green Hill, especially for children and elderly people. There are no material considerations to show why you should override your local plan. Therefore, on behalf of the Parish Council, I ask you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? No, doesn't look like it, so thank you very much indeed. And finally, I should like to invite the ward member, Councillor Neil Jury, if you'd like to come and speak. Thank you.
Good morning, members and officers. Chair, the starting point for today's debate is the question, is this site within the village or is it outside? This is not an academic question. On the contrary, it will determine how we interpret our joint local plan, the most important planning document that we have. If you decide the application is outside the village, then it should be assessed against policies TTV 26 and TTV 27. The case officer's report says that, in his opinion, the site is within the village and should be assessed against policy TTV 25. With respect, he and the applicant seem to be at odds with the views of the village community, the parish council, and the neighbourhood plan group, who all believe that it is outside the village, in countryside. I'm very firmly of this view, as is Bob Baldwin, my predecessor as ward councillor. How can this be resolved? Well, the answer is in the officer's report, when he says, the decision taker needs to consider whether the proposed development is considered to fall within the village. The decision maker in this case is you, the members of the Development Management Committee. This is not a new question. The full West Devon Council has debated settlement boundaries on a number of occasions, and for 16 or more years we have consistently decided that this site is outside the settlement of Lamerton. In a very helpful letter to members, Councillor Evans has charted the history of our 2005, 2011 and 2017 decisions on the Lamerton boundary. February 2017, when we published the Joint Local Plan and its attendant settlement boundary topic paper, I well remember that there was a specific minute relating to settlement boundaries. Only last year, the Lamerton Neighbourhood Plan Group acted on our decision and drew the boundary precisely as we had asked them to do so. On all these occasions, we took our decision on the basis of the advice of professional officers who had analysed each settlement against a set of criteria. We also took our decisions having carried out extensive public consultation and consultation with ward members. It would do no good for public confidence in the council if this morning we were to tear up all that careful work and undo all of our previous decisions on the basis of 3 lines in a case report. Members, that really is the key to this application. I ask you to confirm that our previous decisions and conclude that, as a matter of fact, the site is outside the village. If you agree that it is outside the settlement, then the application must be assessed as being in the countryside, covered by Joint Local Plan Policy TTV 26. It is contrary to that policy, not because it is isolated, but because, as Councillor Evans has said, it does not respond to a proven agricultural, forestry and or other occupational need that requires a countryside location. Councillor Evans has also pointed out that it could have been submitted as an application for an exception site, but that would have required twice as much affordable housing. The applicant has chosen not to do this, and as a result, the application is also contrary to policy TTV 27 for failing to provide at least 60% affordable housing. This is important because officers have confirmed that, only 4 years into the local plan period, half of Lamerton's housing requirement for around 20 new homes has already been built, and there is an application on a site within the village that could provide at least the remaining 10 homes. As a result, Lamerton has plenty of open market housing, and the priority for the neighbourhood plan is now to concentrate on ways of providing affordable housing. The plan group is working with our officers on a housing needs survey that will be carried out in the new year. It is likely to show a greater need than the 9 homes referred to in the report. It is vital that we now give the neighbourhood plan group the opportunity and the support to identify how much affordable housing is needed, what type of housing is needed, and where it should be built. In short, this proposal is for an unjustified housing development in the countryside. It does not meet the requirements for an exception site, and as Mr. Pedder said, it is likely to create an unsafe environment for pedestrians. For all of these reasons, I ask the committee to refuse the permission.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Councillor Jury? Nope, doesn't look like it, so thank you. Could you be kind enough just to pop your microphone back down on the floor, please? Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so any final questions for the planning officer before we move the recommendation? No, doesn't look so. So I will move the recommendation as laid out on page 22, and I'll read it. So to delegate approval to the Head of Development Management in conjunction with Chairman to conditionally grant outline planning permission subject to a Section 106 legal obligation as detailed on pages 22 and part 23. Is there a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Chairman.
Thank you. Members, we are in debate. Councillor Cheadle.
Well, someone's got to start. This is a very interesting application, I think. It tests quite a few of our boundaries, no pun intended. The Joint Local Plan removed settlement boundaries. I know there was an argument at the time about the wisdom of that, but settlement boundaries had their pros and cons, I think, and sometimes the law of unintended consequences crammed buildings in to the settlement boundary rather than allowing buildings to be where they would be better placed. Looking at the overall slide of the village, the one that was up a minute ago, that one. It's not an isolated site. because it's next to other developed sites. On the other hand, you couldn't describe it as in the middle of the village. So it's somewhere in between those two, I think. My own view of this is there are probably better places for development within Lamerton than this site, and my main concern is the safety of people crossing that main road. When we did our site visit, I was surprised both how many vehicles used that road just during the 20 minutes or so we were stood on the edge of it, and also how awkward that corner, the one that I'm dubbing the unsafe corner, is, particularly if you're in a car trying to nose out into that fast stream of traffic. So my inclination at the moment is to not support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce, were you indicating you wish to speak, unless there's anybody else? Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. I have grave concerns about this application. Having known Lamerton Village for many years, because my grandparents farmed there many years ago, and it was always a consideration that the main road was the boundary between Lamerton Village and the open countryside. And I believe I'm correct in saying that all the development that's taken place in recent years on the application side of the main road has been on brownfield sites. So as far as I feel, that this should be considered as development in the open countryside. There are a number of issues here also with regard to the highway possibly going through the development. And I'm horrified actually that I know the junction is a bad one when you come out onto the main road from Duxpool Farm Lane. But where we've got areas, and there's one site in particular on the outskirts of Tavistock, which had the highway was changed to go through the development some years ago, and it's been an absolute nightmare for residents. And the same thing will happen here. I mean, the Duxpool Lane is quite a busy lane in itself, with the amount of traffic goes through on towards Chip Shop and Sydenham Damerel and Horsebridge, that side of the, over the hill, over the ridge. So, the lane doesn't only serve the farm down in the dip. The crossing point outside the pub is just beggars belief. An uncontrolled crossing on a busy road. You all saw, those of you that were on the site visit, saw the amount of traffic that uses that main road. It's the main road between, or one of the main roads between Tavistock and Launceston via Milton Abbot. And, to have an uncontrolled crossing there with children and elderly people going across, I think it's an absolute nightmare in the making. So unfortunately, I cannot support the officer's recommendation. I feel this, because it is in the open countryside, apart from the developments that have taken place on the brownfield sites on that side of the main road, it should have come forward as an exception site. So therefore, I cannot support the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Moyes.
Yes, I can't support the officer's recommendation either. The previous two councillors have said most of what I was going to say. In addition, the 50 metres of hedge, although it's being set back, this looks far more like an urban development than a countryside one, which I think this is.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okie dokie. Right, then we will take this to the vote. So you have the recommendation, which is for approval with all its details. So all those in favour, please show. All those against? I think that's unanimous. Yeah, okay, thank you. So that is lost. So thank you for that, members. We will now vote on the material reasons for refusal, and it would appear from what members have talked about, particularly regarding the development in the open countryside, that it is TTV 26 Part 2 and not an exception site, TTV 27. Is there anything else that anybody else wishes to add to within that?
The aspect as well of the highway.
Okay. Safety with the.
Very often, the thought that we can't go against highway recommendations, but I just feel that there are a couple of major issues here, which I think is going to create problems for the future. So I think we need to take that into account.
Thank you. I think the issue with highways is if it's a standalone. I think it's if it's part of. Councillor Mott.
While I'm happy to support the refusal of this application on that it should be assessed against TTV 26 as opposed to 25, which the officer has recommended, I cannot support any refusal on highway grounds based on previous refusals and appeals.
Okay, anybody else for anything else? Councillor Pearce, are you happy to withdraw the element on the highways?
Yes, I am, Chairman.
Okay, so I will move from the chair then on refusal on the grounds of TTV 26, the second part, and I don't actually have it in front of me, but we have covered it in the debate, and also on TTV 27, it's not a rural exception site. Is there a seconder for that, please?
Happy to second, Chairman.
Thank you. Any debate, members? Then all those in favour, please show. Again, that's unanimous, I believe. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okie doke. Right, we will move on to. Let me find it in my agenda. We need to just swap the officers a minute. If you just, while they're swapping, I will just read out the relevant bit that we're getting to. So we're looking at application 1355/19 full, which is to do with 10 Ford Street, Tavistock. And actually, while the officers are sorting themselves out, I am going to ask Ms. Folds if she could explain the reason this is coming back and the limits of what we need to be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just getting to the front page of the report. Bear with me. Okay, so you'll see that your report starts on page 45. The application was before you, I believe, last month, and as detailed at the beginning of the report on page 45, there was a question regarding whether there were any windows situated on number 9 Ford Street. Excuse me. And unfortunately, an error was made, and the answer that was given was no. That was a mistake, and therefore it's necessary for you to that's come back to you again in order that you can consider whether you would still support the application in the light of the windows that are affected on the site. So that's the reason. So we're really focusing on whether or not this new information would change your opinion that you gave at the initial consideration of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are looking at the impact on number 9 Ford Street. Before I hand over to the planning officer, I just want to be clear: is every member clear on the process that we're following on this one? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So, Liz Henderson-Smith, are you ready? Is everything switched up, and ready to go? We've had a few IT issues, so okay. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mrs. Folds. That's pretty much covered my presentation. That's fantastic. Thank you. Yes, as we've just heard, this is back before you. I'll apologise. It was my error. I misinformed you about the windows. So this is back before you, so that single issue of the windows to the adjacent property, which is number 9 can be considered. I was incorrect in answering that the 2 rooms served by those 2 windows had other sources of light to them. In fact, that is not the case. The 2 windows that you can see, just refresher for members, this is the site, and the 2 windows that you can see here on the side of number 9 do serve rooms individually, and there are no other windows serving those rooms. You will see from page 46 and from the recommendation and analysis that my recommendation remains the same. However, as Mrs. Folds has already told you, it was considered that the issue was material, and therefore members should have the fact corrected and the opportunity to consider this particular issue again. So just to take you through some more detailed photographs, I have revisited the site following the last committee. Those are the 2 windows in question. As I say, they are on what would be the right-hand side of number 9 Ford Street there. As you can see, it's the left-hand side of what was initially a pair of semi-detached properties. These are the 2 windows. The one that you can see open with the central glazing bar is the only window to a dining room, which would previously and historically have been the rear ground floor room of the house. And the window you can see just the other side of the lamppost there in the single-storey sloped roof rear extension serves a wet room. So that's them across the development site as we were looking at last time. So internally, this is the individual window to the dining room, and again to the wet room. This is a view through the property, so if I was standing with my back, which I was, to the front kitchen window that goes out onto the pavement, this is a view through the kitchen. You can see where the flagstones carry on into the dining room and up the stairway there that comes straight off the dining room, and then into the room you can see at the back with the red blinds, which is the sloped roof rear extension that we saw from the side previously. So that's a view right through the property. And this, just for context for members, is the rear of the property. The application site is on the left-hand side, the other side of the fence, and this is the rear single-storey extension. And again, for context, the extension obviously on your right-hand side there, and then there's the view towards the Roman Catholic Church across the development site. I've talked in a little bit of detail within the application as to the sort of history of how some of those windows have arisen, and just for information for members, this is the approved plan for that rear extension. So you can see, I'm hoping I might have a cursor. I haven't got a cursor. I have got a cursor, sorry everybody. That this was either the original rear window or door out of this, what is now the dining room. So there's a window here. Unfortunately, it's off this plan. But the window that was open, we can see, is here. And then what's the wet room or cloak room has a window here. This is the approved plan. Whatever was here is now not visible within that dining room. And there is a door through. I showed you the picture taken right through the property. So there is an opening here and a door through into this rear extension. So this is sort of the internal layout or partial internal layout of number 9, so members can get their bearings. And then we go back into the wider photographs that you saw from the last committee. So this is potentially the most useful plan to finish on. So really, in short, as I say, my analysis and recommendation are on page 46, and the recommendation remains as previously put before this committee last month. My apologies again for the error. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Henderson-Smith. Do we have any idea when number 10 was demolished? Yeah, I mean, yes, I mean, obviously that it plays a big part, because had number 10 still been there, the extension would not have been built because the window was so important to that room in where the window is open now. So you wouldn't cover up a window with an extension. So I'm assuming that number 10 was demolished quite some time before that extension was applied for and approved.
We can certainly have a look. I'll see what I can find out. I think it would be, I'm not sure I can necessarily agree that the extension definitely wouldn't have been built, but there would have been potentially a different
style.
Or it would have been done in the knowledge of what that implication would be. But I don't think we can say categorically the extension wouldn't have been built, to be fair.
Right, okay.
Can I just add to that? Sorry, Chair, through you. Whichever order that happened in, the window that you see there with the central glazing bar was not approved as part of the extension plans. So when the extension was put on the rear, an alternative window into that dining room wasn't approved.
Would consent have been required, or would it have been permitted development?
It would have been permitted development.
Others are thinking about their questions. There is one that I had, which is it's with regard to your report on page 46, where you're talking about what the options could be potentially for the owner-occupier of number 9 as the alternative if this planning consent was to continue. And my question was, is that within the remit of this committee, or would that be need to be a civil arrangement?
Thank you, Chair. No, that was purely put, and I'm sorry if there was any misunderstanding there. So that was purely put by me within that report to make members aware that there is another, physically possible and feasible alternative for venting and lighting the wet room. So that's the right-hand window space that you can see before you. That wouldn't be something that would be within the remit of this committee to condition for that or request it. It's on a third-party property, so it would essentially be up to them or a solution to be achieved between themselves and potentially the developer of this site if members to approve it. But it was purely to demonstrate the fact that because you've got a wet room within a single-storey rear extension there are alternatives for venting and lighting through into the roof space. Thank you.
Any other questions from anybody? Councillor Mott.
Thank you. Can we have a reminder, please, if you have it on this, for where the properties are for the new development are in relation to that building, please? And also a request, I did notice in the minutes, but on page 46, you talk about pre-commencement conditions 5 and 6. Can we please stop with the initials and have the full explanation, please?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, apologies for the acronyms. And this plan shows the ground floor plans. This is number 9, greyed out here, and this is the proposed other half of the property as proposed.
Yeah, item 5 is a construction management plan, and item 6 is a written scheme of investigation.
Yes, I know what they are,
yes,
but it's not clear for other people
no,
looking
I
at
appreciate that. Any other questions from members? Yep, okay. Then we will move on to our registered speakers, and I should like to invite Mrs. Sawyer, if you'd like to come forward as the objector, please. You do have, as I think you heard before, grab a microphone and turn it up, and you'll need to pull it down, I think, towards you so we can pick you up unless you want to grow a couple of feet. So it's just on the side there. And then at the front as well, there's a button that you press. Okay, lovely. Well, you'll have 3 minutes, as I think you've already heard. And Mrs. Hall will give you a 30-second warning. And at the end of the 3 minutes, I will stop you if you haven't finished. Okay,
thank you. Well, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak against the proposal for a cottage to be built on the site of 10 Ford Street. I live at the property at number 9 with my husband. We moved to Tavistock in February of this year. We were fully aware of previous planning applications on this site, but this present application is the first to include a cottage to be attached to our property as far as we're aware. And so this was quite a surprise. We are very concerned that it involves a party wall and any damage that may occur to our property during the erection of an adjoining dwelling. Our concerns include insurance against damage, financial costs that we could not be in a position to afford. We would also need to know how the roofs would be matched. But our main objection, as you've heard, is the concerns blocking of 2 windows on the ground floor on the side of our property. One of the windows serves the wet room, the other the dining room. Contrary to the information given in the last meeting, these are the only windows in each of these rooms. And it's been suggested that a roof light be installed in the wet room to give light and ventilation. Our question is, who finances that? The dining room is the very main issue. There is a small window in the front of our house into our kitchen, but the dining room does not benefit from any light through that window. Whilst we get a lot of light into our lounge, and this extension was built in 2007, this will not compensate from the loss of light from the window in the dining room. It's not a through room. There are doors between the kitchen, the dining room, and then the dining room and the lounge, and we often have those closed. So please imagine for a moment the thought of eating every meal, every day, in a room permanently lit by artificial light. And the ventilation would be greatly restricted too. COVID and lockdown have highlighted mental health issues, and we suggest that the proposed build will be detrimental to our well-being. And as a council, I believe you have a responsibility to protect people from unavoidable situations that could trigger a mental health problem. In your previous consideration of this, you were quite concerned about the aesthetic visual impact of another property adjoining to ours. And I would suggest that the well-being of the residents, us at the moment or anybody, is perhaps more important. Because you've passed the plans for the block of flats, we'll lose up to half a day's direct sunlight onto our garden.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Sawyer, I didn't turn you off, we will need to stop you because you have run out of time. Okay, my apologies. I don't know how your microphone, it just switched itself off. I don't have the power to turn people off. Okay, members, are there any questions, Mrs. Sawyer? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so thank you very much and thank you for your time. Okay. So now I should like to invite Kate Price, the architect, as a supporter, just to come up and speak, please. Thank you. Again, Ms. Price, I think you were registered to speak before, so this is just to sort of bring in equality, but I could ask you to restrict your comments, if at all possible, to the impact, neighbour amenity. Thank you very much indeed.
Good afternoon now. My name is Kate Price. I'm an architectural and conservation consultant and been assisting the applicants on the design of this project. I've worked for a few local architects and latterly was a planning and conservation officer with Plymouth City Council for several years. The design now before you is supported by Historic England and West Devon planners and also highways, and was of course approved at the committee meeting in September. In particular, the reinstatement of this missing cottage to complete the historic street scene has been commended by both Historic England and West Devon planning. This current application has been in with the council since April 2019 and has been open to the public since then, and it included this cottage. The only issue before you now for debate is the existence of the windows in the party wall between number 9 and what will be number 10. No approval has been sought or given for these windows under planning legislation. Whilst it has been pointed out that it could have been permitted development, the neighbour could have also erected a wall or a fence on their side to block up the windows. And there is no legal right to provision here. There's a 20-year right to light, and that is not beyond that. No approval or agreement has been sought or given under the Party Wall Act 1996. One of the windows is into a wet room, which is a non-habitable room, and the other is into a dining area of the kitchen. The light to the dining area was obliterated by the construction of the large extension. The approved plans, as has been pointed out, do not show these new windows. As a planning and conservation officer in Plymouth, I dealt with a similar scheme actually, but in which the applicant was opening up formerly blocked up windows on the ground floor in a party wall into a formerly partly developed site. In planning terms, any window on the ground floor on the boundary could be screened by the adjoining neighbour by a fence or a wall or any other structure or even vehicles. The applicants of that one were advised that they had no permanent right to the unblocking of the window openings, and it could only be as long as the neighbour allowed it or didn't build up to it. As part of that approval, an informative regarding the Party Wall Act was included. This safeguarded both the applicant and the adjoining owner. And can I therefore suggest that the addition of the appropriate JLP informative property rights is included, subject to planning being approved. Applicants are advised that this grant of planning permission does not override private property rights or their obligations under the Party Wall Act 1996.
Thank you. Any members have any questions? Okay. Are you able to, do you have any idea when the cottage was actually, the original cottage was demolished?
No, I don't, but I believe the applicant has submitted photographs of partially demolished, which is on the website now. I think you've loaded up some information on the partially demolished property.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you. Could you explain about the right to light? Because I am rather disagreeing with your view on that, actually, unless I misunderstood what you said. So please could you, given that there's a strong possibility that the adjoining cottage was demolished some 60 years ago, from my memory, because it used to be a filling station here before it was a car sale. So it's been an open area for a very long time. And I'm just wondering how you appeared to say, and I may have misunderstood this, that there's no right to light with a party wall.
Could you pop your microphone, please, on? Thank you, so people on
Sorry,
YouTube can hear.
Shouting. Once someone is inserted a window, they only have a right to light if it is proved that they've had those windows in for 20 years over the adjoining property.
Okay, thank you. So that permission was given for the extension in 1990.
No, 2004.
I'm sorry, that was the one that we were shown had 1990 on it. I'm sure it did.
No, 2004. And I understand from the lady
planning.
that was
right, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong one. Right.
And obviously, we don't know when the windows were put in, but
okay.
I believe the applicant does know when the windows were put in, and,
right.
and served notice on the previous owner that they were against the Party Wall Act.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any questions? Don't think so. Can't see anybody. No. Okay. So thank you very much indeed. Okie doke. Anybody want to seek any clarification on any of the statements that have been made regarding particularly right to light from our senior officers? No, okay. So again, I will remove the recommendation as laid out on page 46, which is to delegate to Head of Development Management for conditional approval subject to completion of an acceptable Section 106 agreement. Is there a second of that, please?
Happy to second, Chairman.
Thank you. Members, we are now in debate. Again, thinking about neighbour amenity. Anybody wish to speak? Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is a very unfortunate situation which that the property owner finds themselves in. And unfortunately, I think whoever did the search should have perhaps flagged up the possibility of this happening, given that it's only 17 years since since the extension was done, when it was likely that the window that was shown with the bar in for the lounge was likely to being put in after that. So it's grim. But I really, personally, I sympathise with the resident of number 9. It's not going to be much fun having to use your dining room all the time with artificial light. Thank you, Chairman.
Anybody else? Councillor Fasham.
Thank you, Chair. I think I totally agree with Councillor Pearce. It worries me somewhat that this is a development which is creating, in effect, a party wall. That isn't a party wall as it is now, from what I can see, but it will be a party wall when there's another building attached to it. But to actually exclude light from a living room within the house, it worries me somewhat that they're going to live in as they say, in a darkened room. I'm wondering if there's another compromise that the architect could make to actually either improve that situation by whatever building attached to it, or even extend this as a one single cottage to make that to keep that window in. But I'm just amazed that we would allow this. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to get some clarification from senior officers regarding this whole issue around party wall creation, because it's right on the boundary. So check if it is actually a party wall, if it is being created. Not quite sure who's coming in, Mr. Weimer, is it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
With respect, Council, it is a party wall, just because it was originally clearly the wall between 9 and 10. The fact that 10 has gone doesn't stop that being a party wall. So it is still a party wall. So any works to it, whether it's the windows that have been put in or anything that may be approved by this application, any works to that wall would be subject, in my view, to the Party Wall Act provisions. So it would be wrong to say this isn't a party wall anymore since the property was demolished.
Thank you, Chair.
Party wall relates specifically to the boundary, doesn't it, rather than the actual building? Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. Any further members in debate on this one? Okay. Right, then we will take this one to the vote. So looking at the officer's recommendation, reminding its recommendation approval. So all those in favour, please show. All those against? And abstentions. So that is lost, yeah? Just checking. That is lost. Okay, thank you. So now we will need to look at our reasons, and from the debate it would appear that we are looking at policy Dev 1, which is the first part of that, ensuring that new development provides for satisfactory daylight, sunlight, outlook, privacy, and the protection from noise disturbances, which that bit isn't relevant, for both new and existing residents, workers and visitors. And unacceptable impacts will be judged against the level of amenity generally in the locality. So that seems the relevant material policy. Any wish to add anything to that one? In which case I will move that one as the... Okay, right.
I think some of the things that have been said, and I think members need to really take this into account. There's nothing.
Sorry, we can't hear you back here.
Sorry, is that better? I think there's a couple of things members really need to take into account. The owner of what was number 10 can, without planning permission, build a 2-metre high wall on that boundary to completely block those windows now, without any form of planning permission at all. If this application is refused, they then build that wall that doesn't require planning permission and then submit their appeal. I'm really struggling to see how we would be able to demonstrate that what's in front of you would cause additional harm over and above what they've got, what they could do. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Well, we have taken the vote, and the application has been refused. Oh, right, okay, so the approval's been lost. Thank you. So in terms of the material reasons, I still maintain there's a loss of light. That is what we have discussed and talked about. Anybody, anything else they wish to add on that?
Chairman, it's a detrimental impact on the residents of number 9 amenity value. It really is, through the loss of light. I mean, I just wonder what, I mean, I know building regs will probably have to go along with what the law is, but I can see some real concerns about this, where somebody is losing one of their main rooms, losing the light and having to have artificial light all the time.
Both windows, 2 windows. Yeah, and the dining room, yes. And this does sit within Dev 1, is the detrimental impact on the amenity and the loss of light. Okay. Anybody for anything else to add? Councillor Southcott.
Is there any way that the applicant for the number 10 would make variation to his plans to give light into those rooms via one of these light chimneys, whatever you call them? I can't think of the name at the moment.
You're talking about sun pipe. I mean, basically, if the applicant would, if this is lost, then the applicant will need to do a separate, put a fresh planning application in. And in terms of the owner, then of number 9, then as is outlined in the report, yes, there are options available to them, but that would be at their own expense. So the committee isn't able to regulate that. That's outside the scope of this committee in terms of what the owner can do. Okay. So I've got detrimental impact on amenity and loss of light and privacy, essentially, as well. And unless there's any alternative, I'm going to. Well, yeah, okay, fair enough, yeah. Yes. Mrs. Folds.
Sorry, Chair, I was just going to say the same regarding the privacy element. And I must reiterate really what Mr. Weimer said regarding the loss of light, in that I think because of the rights of the owner already to build on that site a wall of some impacting on those windows, I really do think that just refusing the whole application on the basis of the loss of light to number 9 is going to be one that's going to be very hard to defend at an appeal.
Okay. Members, over to you. Councillor Enders.
Just a quick question, because I wasn't, and the reason I abstained was because I wasn't present last month and didn't hear the full proposal, but had, I suppose this is a question to the members that were there, had all the information been available, would the vote have been different?
That is exactly why it's come back, because we didn't have all the necessary information. So that is the reason it came back, because it was considered.
So I understand that. It's just
yeah,
you know,
it could well have impacted on people's votes.
in which case, just going back to what we were saying there, it wouldn't have been agreed in the first instance, would it?
Well, we don't know, because
Again,
yeah,
that's fine.
yeah.
But I can't make a judgment of that because I didn't get the feel for not being here then, unfortunately. So.
No, but that is the reason why. It's because
I do understand fully what Mr. Weimer says.
Yeah. Okay. So we are looking at detrimental impact on amenity. That's Councillor Leach.
Yes, that's why I've voted against it. But looking at the whole site, I voted against it first time round because of the over-dominance of the whole development, as well as the issue with the cottage. I know we're just looking at this element, but surely over-dominance, other issues could also go forward, or is it purely on this one element?
It does need to be on the one element. The reason being is because looking at the block of flats, that was thoroughly debated, and the material residues that were raised were thoroughly debated, and members voted on the information they had before them. So in terms of the block of flats, even though we have to look at the whole application, obviously can't look at a bit of it, but the decision that was taken was based on the information that we had, which was accurate information on the flats. We haven't got any new information to change that. That's why we are focusing purely on neighbour amenity.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay. Well, we don't seem to be having any other options coming forward, so I think we are going to need to go with the detrimental impact on neighbour amenity. Okay. So I will move that. Is there a seconder, please?
I'll second that, Chair.
Councillor Rushall. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Any debate, members? So, all those in favour, please show. Against? And abstentions, please. 4, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Right, thank you very much. Just looking at our timings on our agenda, I am actually going to bring forward, because we obviously don't want to move yet into parcels 3, the registered speakers won't be here for that. So I'm actually going to bring forward agenda item 6 and agenda item 7 so we can pick them up before we stop for lunch. So item 6 is the planning appeals update. Mr. Weimer?
On the appeals, there's one decision which is a joint planning application and listed building consent. Bit of an odd one, really, on the basis that because the listed building consent was submitted to us, we're obliged to determine it. But it's from the inspector's decision, it's quite clear that we made it clear to the applicant that listed building consent wasn't required. An appeal was still lodged on both the planning and the listed building consent. And as the inspector said, because it was submitted, the appeal was lodged, even though it doesn't require consent, and because the appeal hasn't moved the dawn, they were still considering it on its merit. It was for a wooden garden gazebo. We considered it had an adverse impact on the setting of the listed building. The inspector considered it and said didn't agree and felt that it was acceptable. Therefore, it was the appeals were allowed. The appellants did go for costs on the basis that they've lodged an appeal to a listed building consent because we determined it when it wasn't required. The inspector clearly said, well, you didn't have to lodge the appeal because the council made it quite clear that listed building consent wasn't required. Therefore, you haven't been the council hasn't acted unreasonably. You made the application, you lodged the appeal when you didn't have to. So costs wasn't awarded against us. It's all a little bit odd, that one. And unless I've looked at the wrong list, we haven't got the committee up, that's the only appeal decision. Yeah, but that's just been lodged. There's no decision.
Oh, sorry,
yes. Yeah, there's one that's been lodged but hasn't got a decision yet. If you want me to go straight into the next agenda item.
Check. Any questions on that one? Nope. Okay, we'll move on to item 7 then, please. Update on undetermined major applications.
As usual, of the reports in front of you, I don't intend to go through it, but I'll happily try and answer any questions that you have.
Anybody questions on the process? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have two on the list. The first one is the second one down, which is the Wall Grading Centre, which is a fairly old building which is listed in North Taunton. This has been going on for quite a long time. I realise it is not at the door of our council. It is purely the applicant. But whether it's tactics or whatever, in the meantime, the woolen mill is slowly falling apart. Vandals are getting into it and going through. I would like to think we can get to a stage where an application can be considered and hopefully approved. But as I say, it is not anywhere at our door. But is there any way or anything the case officer can suggest to try to speed the process up? Because I'm really quite fearful of this delicate building. Thank you.
Yeah, we actually normally have on these the sort of the status of kind of where they are, and then it's slipped off again. I know it slipped off before. But Ms. Henderson-Smith, are you able to give a response on this?
I can. The two live planning applications, or sorry, the one live planning application, the one live listed building consent applications that are on and in with us for the listed building and the surrounding buildings themselves is still a live application. There was quite some discussion with the applicant and their agent some time ago, and we were advised that they were likely to appeal on non-determination. That went on for some time and they actually haven't. In the last 6-8 weeks, I have received additional information in relation to those applications that we will be reconsulting on. There is also another application likely for the remainder of the site, but at present that is not a live application.
Okay, any other questions, anybody? Okay, lovely. In that case, members, you're actually going to get an hour for lunch because we don't reconvene to 1:45, according to the agenda. So if I can ask everybody to get some fresh air, have something to eat, be bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and back here at 1:45 for the remainder of the agenda. So meeting adjourned. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's 1:45, and welcome back. Are we live streaming? We are live streaming. So welcome back, everybody, to the second part of our development management agenda on 11th of October. Again, because we have a visiting speaker, so for your benefit, I will go through the process and also for the process of anybody who's watching live as well. So just to let you know, we're not expecting a fire drill. So if the fire alarm does go off, please make your way downstairs and out of the building to the far end of the car park. Fire officer is Mrs. Hoare, who's sat right there, so we will follow her through. While we don't have members of the public actually currently in the room with us because of COVID, then any members of the public do need to be aware, who are registered speakers, do need to be aware that we are live streaming both on YouTube and Facebook. And in terms of how we've two planning applications this afternoon, and there will be a specific order for each one, which would be the case officer presenting their report. Registered speakers will have an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes, as will the ward member, and members of the committee will be able to question each speaker just on points of clarity. I would ask you as a registered speaker, if when you do come forward, if you could pick up a microphone from the side, come to the podium that's there, and if you turn your microphone on, there's a button to press on the side and then on the front that says talk. Red light will then come on and you will have 3 minutes in which to make your presentation. Mrs. Hall will be keeping an eye on the time. She will give you a 30-second warning, and when you get to the end of the 3 minutes, I will need to stop you, I'm afraid, even if you haven't quite finished. Okay, and then once we members have asked all their questions, then the recommendation will be moved. That is simply to allow it to go into debate. It's not an indication of how members will vote. And then once it's been debated, members will vote and come to a decision. Okay, so we will carry on with the agenda, which is we are on item 5D on our agenda, which is application 3581/21/VPO, and this is with regard to parcels 3, 4A and 4B, land at Crediton Road, which is an application for the modification of the Section 106 agreement on the original outline consent, of which is 2731/15. So over to Ms. Henderson-Smith, please.
Thank you, Chair. So members, yeah, we're on page 69 of your agendas. This application before you is a proposal for a change to the Section 106 legal agreement wording within the legal agreement which accompanies the outline permission for parcels 3 and 4 on the east of Oakhampton, which is site allocation TTV 14 in the JLP. So for those of you who aren't familiar with this site, some of you will be very familiar with it. It's been before members in certain forms, outlines over the years, but for those of you who are new to it, it is this site on the east of Oakhampton. It's these two parcels shown in red. And it comprises this field here, and up to this partial hedgerow along here, and takes in the end of this spur road you can see down here. So through to Crediton Road, these two fields, and this field that contains the pond, and this is Brightly Stream that bisects it here. Sorry, wrong arrow. So members of the committee previously approved the outline permission for this site, and it was members that at the time requested, I think it was 2016, the back end of 2015, this came before members, and it was members that requested the pretty stringent clauses regarding the order of the site's phased development and the triggers that would allow these, so the triggers that would allow the movement of development from one parcel essentially to the other, moving eastward. Essentially, as set out on pages 69 to 71, as you see, this is a relatively short report, but 69 to 71 of your agendas. This proposal is to allow phase 4A, which is this section here, the consideration of the reserved matters of which is actually next on the agenda. So this, as I say, this current proposal we're discussing is to allow phase 4A to be developed alongside rather than after phase 3. Phase 3 is this larger section here. Phase 3 already has a reserved matters permission and is currently underway and under construction. As you can see, this was the site yesterday, so it's very much underway. In this view, just for those of you less familiar, we're looking across towards Abbeyford Woods. This is the previous Linden development, and this is the site beyond where the roundabout has just been put in on Crediton Road, and the Adpad and Red Road development beyond, and the new primary school site, so what was parcel 2. So, as I say, this is parcel 3, approved and underway. Looking across parcel 3, again, you can see it's well underway across the site, and these are the two areas we're talking about here. So the deed of variation, in addition to requesting that the clauses are altered so that 4A can be developed alongside, as I say, rather than after the development of parcel 3, the deed of variation also proposes the principle of introducing an affordable housing clause. There are obviously the normal affordable housing clauses and triggers already within this, ensuring the delivery, the quantity that was previously approved, the percentages, all those kind of things already in here. But what this deed of variation proposes is an additional affordable housing clause, which would ensure the delivery and transfer of the affordable housing on future phase 4B prior to the occupation of a certain number of the market units on 4A. This ensures that the overall affordable housing is delivered across the site as a whole in a timely fashion, and that 4A, which for obviously all of you who've read my committee report, proposes no affordable housing on 4A. So what this clause would essentially seek to do is only allow the occupation of X number of market units on 4A until the delivery and transfer of its portion, if you like, and the 4B affordable housing to a registered provider. In short, what it basically does is offer a level of comfort to officers and members that you have a scheme before you in the next application that has no affordable housing on 4A. It's not that they don't wish to provide that on the site as a whole, but as the applicant owns all 3 of the parcels, the proposal is that 4A's portion, if you like, is put on 4B along with 4B's portion. And that's not an issue for officers, but it gives it in principle, but what this proposes is a level of comfort that ties the delivery of those 2 sites together, so that 4A can't be developed as market units and then 4B doesn't come forward. It prevents that happening. And as I say, alongside that, because we now have a situation where the times have moved on and the development and the infrastructure delivery has moved on quite some way now on these sites since the owner made application for the outline, and we now have a developer in control of all 3 parcels. As I say, the aforementioned part of the clauses is to alter them so that 4A and 3 can be built out concurrently. Officers are still negotiating the exact wording of those clauses, but what members are being asked to consider in the report before you, as I say, is to agree the principle of that removal of the trigger to prevent 4A coming forward, and the addition, if you're in agreement, please, of the affordable housing trigger to ensure that parcels 4A and 4B are tied together, so that the affordable housing essentially has to come forward on those 2 portions alongside one another. The recommendation is as per page 70. I think I've kind of covered where these parcels are. But the recommendation, as I say, is as per page 70 of your agendas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mott.
Sort turned off and not turned back on again. Sorry, just so that I'm clear in my own mind, have we had any application come forward yet for 4B? And is there a risk, because I know we like to have the affordable homes integrated within developments, is there a risk that by putting all of the affordable together on one parcel as opposed to them being spread across the sites, that it would then become, if you like, I hate to say it, but a less desirable area, or an area that is purely that, rather than everybody being integrated and living together? Sorry, that's probably a bit garbled and probably not politically correct, but...
Through you, Chair, if I may. I know exactly what you're trying to ask, Councillor Mott, it's fine. With regards to the first part of your question, we don't have a formal application in front of us for Parcel 4B. I'm in quite advanced pre-application discussions with the developer on the layout of 4B. What we have got in front of us, members haven't today, but what we have as an authority in front of us is an application for a secondary access to 4B. It's quite a difficult site in terms of topography to access. So one of the starting points as to how 4B is built out does actually depend on whether or not the secondary access is approved by the council. That is in front of us, and I think that will then allow a reserve matters to come forward for the site, but one needs to follow the other, if you like. So, as I say, we have an application to do with its development. What we don't have is a full reserve matters application as yet, but I have pre-app with me for that. With regards to the second part of your question, I will try and say this succinctly, and I'm sorry if it gets a bit muddly. Parcel 3, the overall quantum of affordable housing secured at outline on this site was 20%. To do with various viability reasons, those of you that know history, it was paying back county essentially for the primary school land. It's also providing the link road. There was a lot of infrastructure off these two sites, and it was at a slightly less lucrative time in building and commerce anyway. So the amount that's secured is 20%. Parcel 3 has provided its own 20% in its reserve matters, plus a bit extra. It's done what it needed to do with regards to providing its own portion, and it's gone above and beyond and provided some additional units. So if you like, it's already offset a little bit of what 4A would need to provide. Parcel 4A has come in as all market, which actually was an aspiration that officers were always okay with. It was always expected that that site would nod more towards the hamlets than necessarily towards the town in terms of design, so it lent itself more to larger, slightly more detached units, and it's a little bit more removed in terms of accessibility and linkage to town. So as in terms of design, officers were always okay in principle with it carrying less AH, as long as parcels 3 and 4 as a whole gave 20%. That's what's come forward. In answer to the question about sort of how much would then be potentially put onto 4B, and would we end up with an uncomfortably high proportion, I should have done this beforehand. I've just scribbled some rough maths. The two sites combined, parcel 3 and parcel 4, would deliver 309 units. It's 220 on parcel 3 and 89 being proposed on parcel 4. Please feel free to correct me, anyone, if my maths is wrong at this point. So what we've got left, the outline permission was up to 400. So on the assumption that the developer looks to provide 400, I am assuming that here, but for want of a better way of looking at it, you've got 91 left. And if you're looking at 20% of that, you've obviously got 18 units. That's still, it's only 20%. Even if you then offset the whole of 4A onto there, as I say, some of it's already on parcel 3, but even if you looked at, even if you had to look at another 18 units on there to offset parcel 4A, you're still only looking at 36 out of 91. So about a third, just as a finger in the middle, about a third. Now that's not an uncomfortable quantity. It still allows, in my view, and I think in the view of the affordable housing officers, that still allows for a good mix across that site. We still wouldn't have to have larger, clumps of affordable housing. We obviously have some numbers around that. We don't like more or less than, we like about 12 together in pockets. It still allows for a good mix and a good design across the site without it being too market or AH heavy. that answers the question.
Councillor Mott, just to put it into context, I don't think it's significantly different to what we'd be now seeking in terms of 30%.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to be sure of that. And slightly aside, and my apologies, it's probably not technically a wholly planning question. However, it is around our issue that we have with affordable housing at the moment, because these properties go to a housing provider in, this is where I have to get my teeth in, perpetuity. What is to stop them from selling off those properties at a later date, as is what we have been seeing with some of the older properties that they are doing now?
I defer to it is.
Yes, no, you do, please, because it will need to be picked up on the live stream. Mrs. Rehag, thank you.
That's all right. In fact, I'm going to sit. So the old council stock that we transferred to Live West, as it is now, they were subject to the right to buy, things like that. So if you were a tenant from before Live West became your landlord, so if you were an ex-council tenant, you would get the opportunity to purchase your property. So the perpetuity thing doesn't really hold any weight anymore. There's quite a lot of other bits and pieces that are coming in too about the right to shared ownership on brand new properties. That's been announced by government in the recent Affordable Homes Programme, as far as I understand, yet to see all the detail on it. So perpetuity is really, really difficult for us to say to you as councillors. We can secure this forever and a day. We can do as much as we can in terms of trying to limit, the amounts of shares that's sold through shared ownership on the first tranche, so you're not getting rid of 80% of that property, and then it's not a lot for somebody to have to find in a mortgage to staircase out. Does that make sense? It gets very, very woolly in terms of affordable housing at the minute.
I think at the end of the day that any decisions we make today are going to be tied down by the legislation of the day. So, and yes, I fully sympathise, because I'm very much aware myself of the issues, and I think every elected member is, and it's something we need to be picking up, but I don't think it's something we can pick up through DM.
So Uta, can I just say, we do as much as we can in terms of securing the best deal with affordable housing providers within West Devon, just to make sure that we are trying to keep those properties available for local people for as long as possible. So I just wanted to make members aware that we seek that.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that we don't secure what we can. However, I'm very aware that across the JLP, we are under-delivering on our affordable housing at the moment.
Thank you, Chair. If I can just add to that, thank you. That's what I would just like to be absolutely clear on here with members is that the proposal before you here doesn't seek to alter the tenure that's already been secured for the affordable housing or the quantum across the two sites. As I say, if anything, this what's being proposed here is purely to provide comfort, essentially, to officers and members, that when you almost come to look at the next item on the agenda, which is for all market units on 4A, understandably, both officers and members would usually go, well, hang on a minute, what if you don't bring forward 4B? And what this seeks to do is to just put some teeth to that, so that actually the two are interdependent in terms of that delivery. But as I say, I just want to reiterate for clarity that this isn't seeking to change the quantum or the tenure that's already been secured in the original 106.
And my apologies if my questions led to that assumption. Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Councillor Enders. Councillor Enders.
Thank you, Chair. The officer's answered one of my questions, which was how many affordable were already on 3. I'm a bit nervous about this in some respects, and that we're going back. I've got one question on whether we can answer this. I don't know, but why would we go? Why would we not do it the other way around and say, well, if you're going to look to develop 2 sites, why? My nervousness is, I think it's the same with Councillor Mott here, is about affordable housing and whether it not be delivered within a certain time frame, or even not at all. Sometimes I worry that larger developers might, I'll be careful when I say this, move away and not complete. I was just thinking, we're going here on 3 being done, 4 no affordable at all, which just leaves us then with a little bit of the land left where the affordable ones were built on, and the statement was made. It stops it from not being delivered, and it protects us. I would say it possibly does. It could potentially do the other. What would happen if we got halfway through that and they said, you know what, we don't want to complete now. We're not going to finish the last few. I know there are some there, but that could be a thing. And as I say, my concern is the affordability of it. And that statement was made, and I was just thinking, why would we not go, okay, why don't we do 3 and 4B? So we've got the affordable ones built at the beginning, or some of them, and that would make me feel a lot easier than we're not going to do any on this next tranche, but we will do at the end. You know, obviously whoever agreed this in the first instance specifically put in the thing about affordability, and it will be within a certain time. We're looking to amend that. We've not gone to them to say, well, or have we? We need to amend this because it gives us more comfort. I would think it's come the other way around, and I am always questioning, rightly or wrongly, of the reasons behind it. So, a few questions a bit in there. That makes sense, Anna. Sorry.
It does make sense. If I miss any bits out, please do let me know. But essentially, actually, taking your last point first, this has essentially come about as a request from us to the developer. I don't think they'll mind me saying that this discussion around a potential deed of variation basically came out of the fact that now that they are in possession of all 3 sites, and construction, I'm sure you're all aware, is how it is at the moment in terms of materials and labour, that it makes a lot more sort of commercial and, you know, disruption sense, if you like, for the town for 3 and 4 to actually be built concurrently, you know, footings coming out on almost on both at the same time, and then the next stage and the next stage, rather than parcel what the 106 requires at the moment is for parcel 3, sorry, to almost be completely built out, and then start work on parcel 4. So that was sensible at the time because we had a landowner applicant for the outline, and you could quite easily see that this may have gone to 3, 4, you know, however many different developers. Times have moved on, and what we've now got is one developer saying, well, actually, you know, economies of scale, commerce, sense, everything else, we'd like to build out at the same time. So that's how the deed of variation discussion started, looking at the first part of what I talked about in my report, which is this trigger where parcel 4A can't be started until a certain amount of parcel 3 is completed. So that was that issue. And then as the application itself rolled along and we spoke with affordable housing and had that discussion, whilst the deed of variation was essentially going to be on the table in front of officers and in front of members, and we had a bit of a concern about securing, as I said, in principle, officers don't have a problem in design terms and everything else, accessibility terms, having less AH or no AH on parcel 4A is actually okay, and it's actually almost in line with the aspiration of the design of that site. But there is nothing in the original 106 that gave us that comfort that 4B would then deliver that. So as I say, while that deed of variation was on the table and the discussion was being had about our slight concern about that, the developers offered up, well, actually, as we're looking at the deed of variation anyway, how about we put a clause in that ensures that we can't just build out all the market on 4A and skip off into the sunset. You know, we can only get a certain way through 4A before we actually have to originally they said enter into a contract for the units on 4B, and we said, well, actually, we'd like them transferred, we'd like them built and transferred, and they went, okay, that's fine. So actually, yeah, we asked for that, and they said, okay, it's on the table, we'll put that in, it gives that extra level of comfort. So they're not seeking to amend any of the AH clauses, the triggers that are in there about you can't occupy this many market units on each parcel before 50% of the AH and all the usual stuff, and this many will be this tenure, and this, all that stays the same. It just ties those upper 2 parcels together, which in fairness at outline stage, you don't always know how a site's going to come forward, and it might have been expected at outline stage that 4 would come forward as one big parcel, and this would never be an issue. There's only so much there's only so many scenarios you can all, like factor in when you're writing a 106. As it is, 4B is actually trickier to develop, as I mentioned, in terms of access points and things, and I think that's why 4A's come forward first. because it can just rely on the access that was agreed at outline, whereas 4B, as I say, needs some more technical work to do with levels and things. So I think in answer to that question, that's why 4A's come forward first. But as I say, 4B is with me for pre-app. And yeah, hopefully that answers your questions about how we've really arrived at what's in front of you today, and as I say, what it's seeking to achieve.
I'm sure Anna will correct me if I'm wrong. Fundamentally, they cannot build out 4A in its entirety without starting to deliver affordable housing on 4B. So they can't just do that and forget about 4B. That's what this, as I said, the clause is to do. So
I understand that. It's just how far into that they need to go to, and then could stop. And we've seen this historically, where with other developments where we've got so far down, and then suddenly there's no more build. And I'm just concerned about that. You know, it looks overall great, and the number, as you rightly said, we'll be looking at this for the number of affordable on there. It's just how good this is to tie in to make sure that it delivers as it and in its entirety. That's all. Just me being a bit nervous, but.
I would just add a little point to that. It's a very fair point. It's a very fair point to raise, and that, I'll be honest, very honest, is why the exact wording isn't in front of you, because the triggers we are still discussing with the developer. You know, we need to, I'm being very candid here for a public meeting, but we have to do the maths on, okay, how far through that is reasonable, you know, to make sure that it's still worth the developer building out. I have to say, I don't think there's any reason they won't on this site. I think the risk is relatively low of that, but we have to try and insure against that. And so at the moment, we're having that discussion with the developer about what those triggers should be. You know, can they get to 50% before they have to deliver some of the AH? Can they get to 80%? And that's what we're discussing at the moment with them. And, you know, we won't obviously agree until we're comfortable that that trigger is in the right place, or potentially two triggers are in the right place to give us the comfort that it is still worth them developing the rest of that site and making sure they complete it. And that's what we always do with the triggers on any site with regards to AH. So that's why the absolute nitty gritty, if you like, isn't in front of you. What's before you at the moment is just to ensure that you're happy really for us to go away and complete that process, but with the principle of tying those together.
Councillor Mott.
Sorry, on the top of page 72, it talks about 80% on 4A. No more, that it would prevent any more than 80% of market units proposed. So it looks like that figure's already been decided.
That's the figure that's on the table at the moment. I'm sorry that this was altered, this report, and I think that's probably stayed in as a result. That's what's on the table at the moment. It's been tabled that no more than 80% of the market units on 4A can be occupied before 100% of the 100% of the affordable housing units on 4B are transferred to an RP, so built out and physically handed over. That's what's been tabled. I'm not totally uncomfortable with that, but at the advice of my learned colleague in the corner, we are still having a discussion about whether we want an earlier trigger or whether that's necessary as well. It's also helpful to get a feel from members. I can feel from some members that perhaps a slightly earlier trigger for a proportion of the AH might be necessary. That's what's on the table at the moment. That's not an unreasonable starting point, but as I say, it leaves us the option to just complete the negotiation on that following this, if members are in agreement with the general principle.
So are you looking for us this afternoon then, in terms of this, the proposal that's before us, to actually, in principle, agree rather than the actual detail of the 80%?
Yes, please, Chair. That's it. It's the principle of the first issue about removing the trigger for development on 4A, and then the second issue, the principle of potentially, if there's no AH on 4A, the principle of tying the two together. I wouldn't expect members to have to sit there and work out the exact minutiae of that, but it's just the overall principle, given that it was members that looked to put the triggers on in the first place quite some years ago now.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? No, Okay. Do you want to come back in? No, no. Then I will invite Mr. Matthews from David Wilson Homes to come and speak as a supporter on behalf of regarding this variation. Thank you. As I said before, you have 3 minutes. There's a button on the side which you might need to, and then there'll be a one on the front as well. And you'll need to bring the microphone down so it gets picked up. Thank you.
I think my voice should carry. So, members, Chairman, thank you very much for this. I really just like to focus on some of the questions, and don't worry, I won't take offence to allegations of my competitors, but we're, and I'd like to take pride in that we're the biggest house builder in the country, and as Anna quite rightly pointed out, we are the freehold owner of this. We own it, we've paid for it, there's no conditionality, we are the freehold owner. We're not in the habit of building sites, leaving them half built. We very much want to deliver the whole of this site and all 400 dwellings. And I just want to put some facts for you, as it were, to give you some comfort. So phase 3, as identified, is fully reserved mattered and is consented. We're also delivering, and I was doing the maths as Anna was working through, 24%, which is 4% above on this phase. We're in contract with L&G Homes and delivering them the units. Phase 4B, as Anna has alluded to, is in pre-app. I'll use the word advanced. We've committed to a fair extent of the design, and L&G, the same RP, have provided us an offer on the balance of the units, which is 27, because 53 is delivered on phase 3, and that leaves 27 to deliver on phase 4B, which is 30% on this phase. So it does, maintaining the 20%, it does put 24% on phase 3, and 4B will be 30%. Tenure is split, so the affordable is in accordance with the 106 on each phase, so we're not just taking all the good shared ownership, we're delivering rent and shared ownership on both tenures. But as I say, importantly, our desire is to do phase 4A in our David Wilson brand. Parcel 3 and 4B will be under Barratt, but as Anna alluded to as well, and I'd like to thank her for her efforts, she's been a splendid officer in terms of the dialogue. The approach to doing a more low density and a slightly higher quality sort of vernacular style on Parcel 4A very much suited our David Wilson brand, and the affordable housing was a sensible byproduct on the grounds of the 4B has got more 2 and 3 bedroom mix on, whereas obviously 4A is more predominance of detached 3 and 4 beds, which is not where housing need presently is. Just to pick up on one or two other bits, as I say, 4B is imminent. There are some technical challenges that we're working with highways departments on, just to make sure that we can get level accesses. But you have my assurance here as Development Director for the division that the 4B application will be following swiftly, and it is our intention to build out the whole site. And importantly, to give you some comfort, I'm pleased to say as of this week, 600 tonnes of tarmac has now been laid to deliver the link road through to Hambledon Road. So it's a clear commitment that we're aware of the important issue of delivering that road from the roundabout through to Hambledon Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you just sit tight for a second in case there are any questions from members. Anybody have any questions? Yeah, Councillor Cheadle.
I wonder if you could just put up, flick through it. There was a slide just before this one showed the layout of houses. That's the one. I think I understand exactly what you've been saying and the logic for why you want to do what you want to do, and we've had assurances that the total number of affordable homes stays the same. It's just that they're in a slightly different place than they were planned to be. But it's presumably also true that the area which has no affordable homes probably puts a market premium on those homes. Is that the case?
That's subjective, is my honest answer, because it's part of a whole wide phase. There is connectivity through all three of the phases, as we call it. We're working with ADPAD to link through to phase 2, which is a bit of additionality for the council that Anna has asked us to investigate, to provide a footpath link, which I think she's ably kindly identifying with the cursor there. But there will also be linkages through with the POS into phase 4B and phase 4 phase 3. So I think from a general customer's perspective, they will be viewing this as living on a 400-unit estate, whether there was 20% affordable housing or whether there was 40% affordable housing. I think it's just that this area is of lower density and therefore suits more of a product and does have appeal in that context, more so whether or not there's affordable or not.
Thank you. Any other questions from members? No, lovely. Thank you very much indeed. If you'd like to, and in fact, you can leave your microphone there because you're the registered speaker for next time, so you might as well use the same one. No, that's fine. If you'd like to take a seat, Mr. Wyman, you wanted to come in a second.
Just for complete clarity, the plan on the screen at the moment was an indicative plan and is not the approved plan. So just make sure that everyone knew that.
And I don't want to stray into the next application either, so so I just need to be a little bit careful about. Okie doke. So if there are any other questions from anybody? Nope. Okay, so I will move the recommendation, which is on page 70, which is to agree the variation as described in the proposal. Is there a seconder, please?
Second, Chairman.
Yep.
So, may I just come in on that, just because of the fact that the report still says the proposal refers to the 80%, could I just request that that you might want to consider that whether you are agreeing the variation to remove the trigger to enable commencement of 4A before 85% of the dwellings on parcel 3 are occupied. So that's to enable the development to come forward. And the second part is whether it's to ensure that the level of open market housing occupied is restricted until affordable housing is provided, and that quantum is a matter that you might want to do in the debate, but that's the issue I think that we're discussing now.
Okay, so in terms of it either being a maximum of 80% or if it would just be the amounts to be determined. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Okay, so that's something members might want to think about as you take part in debate as to how you want that to be. So any debate, members? Councillor Mott, I think, and Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, more than happy with the proposal, although I would be happier if that 80% was reduced. So maybe if we can word it that the 80% is the maximum, with the final figure to be agreed with the COP lead, etc., etc. But I would be happier knowing that 80% was the maximum as opposed to a definitive figure, as it were. But other than that, I'm happy to support the officer recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leach.
Thank you. Like others, I was slightly nervous since I saw changes to 106 because 106 for Oakhampton, and especially these developments, has been almost obliterated on some sites purely because of how we've got to pay back Devon County Council for issues that have gone in the past. But from a practical point of view, from a development point of view, it seems to me that what's being proposed now allows the developer to create and build to a plan and a program and a logical sequence of events, which is basically what construction is about. If you're going to start footings on one side and start to build out, you want to have that progression, especially today where we've got material shortage, labour shortages and transport shortages all coming together. Once you've got that program running, you want to keep going with it. You don't want to stop and start. So, although nervous about it, as I've said to the planning officer in the past, I am fully behind this.
Thank you. Councillor Cheadle.
I'm going to support this application. because I understand the logical reasons for the developer wanting to do it the way he does. But I think it does raise a question in my mind for a debate later on about the way affordable homes should or should not be integrated into larger developments. This isn't the first time that we end up with an estate of houses where all the affordable ones are down one end and all the posh homes are at the other. And I'm not saying that's wrong, I'm saying that's something we ought to take away and talk about.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so just looking at the wording, I don't know if Mrs. Folds is working on some wording, or Sanderson Smith, I'm not sure who is, just to change the proposal to ensure that it is a maximum of 80%. It almost reads that anyway, which would prevent any more than 80%, but if we want that worded stronger, if somebody would like to. Sorry? They're both scribbling, yeah, so who gets there first?
I'll start then. I think it's just because we've got the proposal on page 70. So the variation of the completed Section 106 agreement, which accompanies the outline planning application, in order to remove the obligation which requires 85% of the open market units in Phase 3 to be completed prior to commencement of development in 4A, and insert new clauses which would prevent a proportion of the market units on Parcel 4A being occupied until 100% of the affordable housing on Parcel 4B. So I think it's just the a proportion change from the 80%, and we'll take away what you have said. If you want it to be in agreement with a particular member or the chair.
And the sense as I've got from the debate is that there is a clear desire for it not to exceed 80%, and that to be sure that it won't.
What I can say is that as officers, the legal team have gone back to those acting and already indicated whether there'll be movement on the 80%, and referring it back to earlier existing clauses in the agreement which talk about 2 tranches. They need to do some maths, obviously, as to what is viable and what is reasonable, but we are keen to ensure that there isn't a risk of more open market housing coming through without the affordable housing being delivered, and we're confident that we'll get there.
All I was going to say, if it would make members more comfortable, is we could go with the wording that Mrs. Folds just suggested, and then after the full stop at the end of what's just been read out, we could just say that proportion not to exceed 80%. So that secures what Councillor Mott was suggesting, and I think what members in general were supportive of, but it just for clarity secures that proportion won't be 99.9%.
Councillor Pearce, I think you indicated you want to speak.
Well, it's just a query I've got, because there's a paragraph at the top of page 72 which sets that out, the proposed clause in the report.
Yes, but the actual proposal itself is on page 70. I think what's on 72 is just part of the I can't know what the right word is. Yeah, it's part of the description of what the proposal is, if you like. It sits within the report. So the actual proposal we're looking at is what is actually on page 70. Okay. So, Councillor Mott, are you happy with that wording? Is everybody clear on what the wording is? Yes. Okay. Any more debate? Anybody? In that case, we will take that to the vote. All in favour, please show. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, brilliant. And now we move on to page 75 on your agenda, which is same pretty much application sites. This is 139/21, and this is reserved matters for Parcel 4A, West of Crediton Road, Oakhampton. So again, back to the planning officer, please, Ms Henderson Smith.
Sorry, members, you'll be sick of the sound of my voice by the end of this afternoon. Oh, thanks. Always panto season. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so as alluded to in my last presentation, this is parcel 4A, which you'll now be familiar with. As you can remember, this was 4B and parcel 2 down here. So this is the reserve matters application for 89 units. The outline secured the access, so it's the remaining reserve matters that are in front of you now. So firstly, just to confirm, the recommendation is on page 76. I can confirm that no new material considerations which have altered the recommendation have been raised since the drafting of the report, and as such the recommendation stands. That's just a sort of matter of clarity. At the time of writing, we were still at the very end of the consultation, a reconsultation period, I might add, for some fairly minor changes, but at the time of writing, I just had to say that that was the case. But as I say, I can confirm that no new material considerations have come in or been raised, so the recommendation stands. As I say, this is the reserve matters for 89 of the up to 400 units previously granted outline consent by the committee and forming part of TTV 14. I don't want to go through and sort of present the report to you in detail. You've got it. It's a fairly hefty and thorough report, and hopefully already covers all of the salient points in discussion for you members. But in brief, essentially, the proposal is, as I've said, predominantly for, well, wholly actually, for 3 and 4 bed market units, as you'll be aware from the last presentation. As I said, some of the overall 20% have already been approved on parcel 3, and the remainder are proposed to be placed on parcel 4B when and as and when that application is submitted. So the site itself, I know I've just shown you some slides, but the site itself is this portion here. So this is the proposal, as Mr. Weimer pointed out. The previous plan that was in front of you was one attached to the 106, predominantly to show the link road and its various phases. This is the actual layout as before you now for the reserve matters. This layout has arisen as a result of a character assessment, quite a detailed character assessment actually, of the east of Oakhampton and predominantly the hamlets, which the council's aspiration always was that 4A nodded more towards the design and layout of the hamlets rather than to the town itself. That was an aspiration previously within the master plan for the east of Oakhampton, which was an SPD in itself, the design portion of which has now been adopted within our JLP SPD. That's a joint local plan supplementary planning document, Councillor Mott. Not to be too acronymy. So, as I say, that still stands. So this does, in its design terms, nods to the correct area in terms of what the council aspiration for all of this was, because as you've seen, it is very much on the fringe. It is fully within the hamlets, and it is very much on the fringe and the edge of the town. So this is the layout. This is the main access in, where you've got mostly street-facing frontage here, with frontages on the access point in. The splay pushed back here. I'm happy to answer any questions about the splay and the speed limit, as I'm sure is my highways colleague, but it is all set out in the report with regards to the current speed limit and the current situation with regards to that visibility splay. Coming through the site, on the peripheries, you've got areas like this one here and these sites here, where as you can see, you would come in and the units essentially face into this internal, almost courtyard area. That's something that came from the sort of design and character review of the hamlets, where you tend to have, let's say, a larger farmhouse and then a couple of barns or secondary buildings facing inward on one another. So the outer edge, if you like, of this site has more of those slightly less dense inward-facing courtyard developments. It has a few small areas of terrace and semis that are more akin to some of the smaller sort of workers' cottages that we see again in the hamlets and within those farm collections. And then in what I would call the sort of core of the site, you have this longer frontage here, and this green band here, which actually not only provides some green infrastructure within the site, but again, this is topographically quite a difficult site to develop, and what is also done through that green tranche through the middle is some of that site level changes lost within that site, rather than having to have large retaining structures. It's actually done by, as I say, that green infrastructure and a bank through there to try and deal with some of that level changes, which is tricky on this site, even for West Devon standards. So as I say, that's the general principle of how the layout has been arrived at, you know, combined, as I say, with the constraint of the quite tricky topography over this site. I can zoom in on this, but this is the materials plan. The blue are render. There's a there are 3 different render colours. You can see them down here on the left. I'm sorry, the text just comes out so small on these, but they're the 3 render colours that are being used across the site. So again, quite a muted palette that's taken from the SPD master plan as to the aspiration of what we'd want here. So the blue as you come in, and a lot of the edge units are render. The red are a composite stone, which is what's been previously approved on parcel 3 and on the Redrow site, and some of the older developments in Oakhampton. And then the orange, yellow, these units, more through the centre of the site, are in a brick, but it's a sort of rusty red brick with some greys and browns through it. It's not a sort of one monotone red brick. As bricks go, it's something more akin to the ones you might find in some of the units in Oakhampton, but it is certainly something that sits more comfortably with the local stone than as I say, a very red brick from a red brick area. You will note, and many of you will know, it's a pet hate of mine and it's not been included, so you will note that all these units aren't what are called wraps. So if it's a brick unit, all 4 sides are brick. If it's a stone unit, all 4 sides are stone. I think there are a couple of garages that have a different frontage to the rear, but all of the main dwellings themselves are the same material on all 4 sides. So you've got render all the way around, brick all the way around, stone all the way around, rather than the sort of front and a side that differs, because especially on a site like this where you can see from some of the photographs, you know, the rears and the sides of others are visible at the same time. It doesn't give a good effect in my view. So as I say, we've got wholly one material units. This was to give you a flavour really of the kind of the planting scheme. The detailed planting scheme had so much text on it that it was a bit unpalatable in my view for a slide like this. This is actually from the ecological mitigation strategy, of which there is quite a lot. You can see there's been a dark zone identified here. This was identified at outline because obviously you've got a back corridor here, which you would really expect with all the vegetation and the river along Brightly Stream. So this, and you will see within the conditions, is protected now and from any future development, extensions, additional lighting, extra windows on these units. That's all tied down. All the units have a bee brick and a bat box and a bird box, and there are various other integrated elements throughout, and then obviously the planting and additional vegetation and green infrastructure on top of that. So as I say, that's all secured, and it's also then secured by condition. But that was to give an idea perhaps of the greener side of it, having talked about materials. I've put in some of the units. There are quite a few different unit types across the site, so as usual, members, I haven't included all of them because kind of be death by elevation. But as I say, this is a flavour of the various different types. As I say, you've got semi and terraces of 3 beds. You've also got sort of larger detached 4 beds. The materials vary across them. Some of the detached, I think that's a detached 4 bed, but a smaller one than the last one. As I say, there are various designs. There's some introduction of bay windows. They are predominantly gable ends rather than hips, which is more vernacular in the area. There's a stone-faced unit, and you can see you've got quite that unit in particular. You've got quite an, I suspect it's on a corner. You've got quite an active side elevation as well, with various bits of fenestration rather than just a sort of blank side. This was just some of the character appraisal work that was done, really just to demonstrate to members that the work has gone into this one. These are photographs taken from the hamlets and the kind of arrangement of units and some of the cottage layouts. So that's how, as I say, some of these terraced units have been arrived at. And likewise, some of the larger units in terms of scale and massing. Just to remind members, as I say, those of you familiar with the site will know it very well. Those of you less so, as I say, that's 4B, so potentially the next phase. There's quite some discussion in the report about this linear copse that goes next to Crediton Road, which really is probably the key landscape and green infrastructure feature on the site as it stands at the moment, as you'll see within the site. These aren't trees, by the way, these are cows. Difficult to tell on this picture, but don't be mistaken, because with my eyesight from this distance, it's quite tricky to tell. But as I say, there's really nothing within the site. It's improved agriculture. So the main feature really is this copse here. But what's in front of you is probably it is the minimum that can be done to that copse. Quite some work has gone in at full pre-app stage, which this scheme did go through, to try and absolutely minimise the impact on that, because it's quite a key feature from here. This picture is taken from a public vantage point. It's taken from a gap that has been left because of a large oak tree on the adjacent Linden Homes site. So you can see that the site itself is quite visible. This is parcel 3 rolling out in front of you, and then obviously 4 beyond. Similarly, this is from the public open space and children's play area on the Linden Homes site. So again, you can see how visible these views and the roofscape and really the whole site of 4 is from public vantage points. It's not one of those where, you know, we have to stand somewhere really obscure in order to get a view of the sites. It really is quite evident. So just to take you briefly through some photographs, if I was standing with my back to 4B, if you can imagine that, looking down the road towards where the new roundabout is, so this is looking down Crediton Road into town, you can see the Linden Homes site there. In front of you, you can see this was before parcel 3 started to be developed, actually, because it's here. And similarly, this is looking back up Crediton Road. There's that copse, the other side of the road there. You can see in terms of banks, this is quite established and quite deep in terms of Devon hedge banks. It's a good few metres high here. Standing within the parcel 4A site, almost looking back to where those last pictures were taken from, this is the back of that copse, and the other side of that quite heavily, there's quite dense hedge here is Crediton Road, so this is the copse in question, again with parcel 3 in here and the town beyond. And this is looking towards Brightly Stream, so directly west. Brightly Stream, the AdPad development just in here, Red Row beyond, and you can just see the workings actually for where the roundabout now is. Again, the Linden Homes site. So this is to give context of just how all these sites tie together. And again, looking out in that direction towards town. I think sometimes with these schemes, it can seem a bit dead on plan sometimes. You get a layout, you get some elevation. So I did ask that these street scenes were done. So they're taken from these areas. So I talked a little bit about the fact that these are done on a sort of more courtyard type arrangement. And then here you've actually got a stronger frontage along what is actually a bit of a green corridor through here. There's some linear play equipment put through here. A lap, local area of play, going down to then link across to where the proposed pedestrian crossing is here. So this is where the 2 CGIs I'm about to show you are taken. This is the first one looking at that frontage. The local area of play would be over on the left, the right here. And, oh, come on, I've been talking a long time, cut me some slack. Yeah, you know, this way over here. So that's the more solid frontage of where you get that run of units in a row. And then this demonstrates that slightly more downscaled area where you've actually got a smaller sort of street going in, and then the units facing, you know, and it's got the same opposite, facing in onto one another in more of that kind of small courtyard arrangement that we saw more around the edge of the site. So that, as I say, that takes you through really the CGIs, the location and the scheme itself. My apologies, members, that the conditions obviously are normally in full in front of you on your reports I'm afraid due to various time constraints, I wasn't able to do that, but I wanted to get this to this committee. So you've got the sort of headline issues, as you normally do at the beginning of your report, but just for clarity, these are the conditions in full. So it's the full version of the condition headings that you see at the beginning of your reports on page 76. So that is the time limit for the reserved matters, which reflects the outline time limit. For those eagle-eyed of you, you might notice that the expiration in this one is actually 8 years from the date of grant of outline. That reflects the outline permission because this site was quite large, and because at the time of the grant of outline there was this, you can't start on 4A before you finish parcel 3. It was negotiated that really it was therefore reasonable to give them longer to put in the reserved matters for 4, given we wanted parcel 3 finished first. So I don't think that's likely to occur. And bear in mind, we are a few years on already from the outline, but that is a reasonable condition in my view because it reflects time limits that were already set out in the outline, just in case anybody sort of queried that. The rest really are, you've seen before you probably quite recently with perhaps a persimmon application, compliance with drawings, lockable rear gates, that the noise mitigation has to be implemented and adhered to. I mentioned when we were going through the drawings, some of the permitted development rights for those units that go on to Brightly Stream have been restricted here, along with the addition of additional windows. That's because of that dark corridor for bats. Similarly, no external lighting to those same units for that exact same reason. We want to retain that dark corridor. Implementation and working electric vehicle charging points. The pedestrian access, so this ensures that there's no residential unit hereby approved should be occupied until such time as the pedestrian access, the crossing point, across Crediton Road into parcel 4A, I will show you a plan of this in a minute, and the subsequent route through to parcel 3 has been fully laid out, including the visibility displays. This is, as you will have seen from plan, to make sure that 4A isn't developed as a complete island. I want to make sure that before anyone moves into one of those units, they can walk through the site, cross the road and walk through parcel 3 to the future shop, which is on parcel 2, the school, which as you'll be aware is further down Crediton Road, so that there's a clear pedestrian route prior to any occupation of that units on that site. The biodiversity residence pack, some of you may remember that's something that we secured with the developers on parcel 3. Similarly here we've had it put to us in full now, so we're just saying that that's to make residents aware of the, the no-mow, the bat units and bee bricks they might see on their properties. It's just to raise awareness, so that's securing that. And again, number 10 is just to secure the adherence to the ecological mitigation. In addition to the headings, you can see there are 2 additional conditions. I'm sorry, my omission, but nothing unusual. The planting, seeding, turfing, we've secured the entire full landscaping scheme. It's secured in the list of plans, and its landscaping is obviously one of the reserved matters before you, but condition 11 just secures when that's got to be done in the planting season, and that if anything dies, it has to be replaced in 5 years. It's a fairly standard condition. And similarly, you remember it coming up on the persimmon scheme, the biocide water-based masonry wash, to basically make sure we don't get a load of that red running all down in the render. So, as I say, fairly standard these days to make sure that, as I say, it sort of looks good in perpetuity, for want of a better way of putting it. So, sorry to have to run through those with you and that they weren't in your report, but hopefully, as I say, they're all fairly self-explanatory. And just, that was clever, sorry members. Just to be absolutely clear, that condition I had with regards to the crossing point, you can see that there's this slight projection here with the red line that takes in Crediton Road and goes very slightly into what was technically 4B, but what was actually approved as part of parcel 3 actually took in this other side of Brightly Stream. Members may remember that, which takes in the public open space and a crossing point. Just see if another plan shows it slightly better. So you have already approved public open space on this side of the road here in full as part of the reserve matters. And as part of this scheme, what's before you is this crossing point here that goes through the copse, has its own visibility display to highway standard, and then crosses over into here, which would be the route down part through parcel 3 and then out to the roundabout or cost cutter or wherever you may wish to go. That's the pedestrian route. So that's what the condition within the report that I've just shown you on screen secures, that no one can occupy any one of these units until that full route through parcel 3 is secured and open to the public so that they have a safe and secure route into the rest of town. So the recommendation is as per page 76 of your agendas, plus those additional conditions. There's additional 2 conditions I've just put before you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions? A lot of information there. Councillor Vachon, then Councillor Cheadle.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just a bit concerned about that crossing point you mentioned on there, because that's one of the most dangerous parts of the road, and it has the quite steep sides to either side of the road there. How's that going to be affected if you're going to have to splay out either side of that?
Is this one for Mr. Townsend, I think, possibly?
I appreciate it's a little, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it's a little difficult to appreciate exactly what's going on there with the high sides at this moment in time. As shown on the plans, there will be full visibility displays at the crossing that will provide visibility for pedestrians to cross at that point. In addition, the length of road in question is on Thursday going to be there's going to be an advert for the whole length of that road from the top of up at the crossroads on the north, well, to the east off that plan, all the way through to the roundabout will be reduced to 40 miles an hour. I managed to persuade my colleagues in traffic management, especially as a result of the issues with respect to trees and impact on visibility displays, that we got the speed limit reduced through there so that the impact on the vegetation through there was minimised as part of this development.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that still doesn't take into account that there's quite a dangerous, fast downhill bend coming into the town. And the first thing people are going to see really is it's almost where that original photograph was taken at the beginning. And you can see the steep sides there on both sides of the road. And of course the copse there, if you're moving the splay out from that right-hand bank there, obviously you're going to take quite a large chunk section of that copse out. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, there are a number of trees that have got to come out of the front of that copse. Again, it might be helpful, I will try not to go on, but it might be helpful to give a bit of history of this. So essentially, that red line reflects the outline red line for this part of the site. It was obviously, as you've seen, it was the entirety of parcels 3 and 4. And as you can see, the red line does not go up to Brightly Stream. It stops at what is an arbitrary line in this field. You know, this line isn't here. There isn't a bank or anything. That's an arbitrary line, but that is where the outline goes to. And it was an outline with access, so access was up for consideration and secured at outline stage. The only access secured to this site was this access here, vehicular and pedestrian at this point here. And that was approved. When this application came forward for pre-application discussion, it is fairly evident that if no pedestrian access is put in down here, and the only pedestrian access is out of the top because it slopes upwards to this point, this side, What is likely to happen is that the desire line for anybody living down here to go into town is what we've seen previously. This is level. There is actually an old sort of green way through a section of this site. They will probably walk through there and walk down the highway, down the carriageway. There is no pavement there. All the way along here, around this bend, and down to the roundabout. So, in order to try and ensure that that doesn't happen, a pedestrian access would still be available through here, across onto a section of pavement. I'm sorry, this isn't in front of you at the moment because 4B is not in front of you, but across the road onto a section from pavement to pavement, if you like, small section of pavement to small section of pavement, and then into the vehicular access. You can actually slightly see it. This is indicative, but you know, a line here. So if you lived up this top of the site and you wanted to get into here, you can walk over here, fine. If you live down here and you want to get into town or into parcel 3 or onto the quite large area of public open space down here, as I say, the desire line is out of here. So at pre-app stage, that discussion began as to, okay, we know where we would want everyone to walk, but we can also see what's likely to happen if we don't provide that route, because we've seen it with other sites not too far from here in Oakhampton. So then the discussion about where that should be came up. And through various iterations and predominantly discussions between the tree officer and the engineers for this site, the route that was safest and could provide the adequate visibility display with the minimal loss of trees was arrived at. It's actually option C, which is what's in front of you today. If members don't consider that crossing point to be safe, spinning it on its head, the alternative is to not put in an additional pedestrian access. And what that leaves us with is a situation where the only pedestrian access, only formal pedestrian access out of this site is out of the top of the site. And I don't think that most people are going to walk that way. I think they will find their own way out of the bottom of the site. So what we are trying to do is provide a safe access out of the bottom of that site, because there is no route across here. As the developer alluded to within his previous 3-minute discussion, I have encouraged a discussion between these developers and the developers of the site opposite, AdPad and Hannard Developments. That discussion is underway. Barrett's David Wilson have prompted that discussion to see whether there is the opportunity to secure that, but that is beyond the scope of this application. Access and outline has been granted. We cannot secure that at this stage. As officers, we will be encouraging that, and I think as members, there's an appetite to try and help that come forward. And when you look at it on plan like this, it's clearly desirable. However, that ship has sailed in terms of what's in front of us today, so we have to try and put the best option forward. And in my view, this pedestrian route is the best that can be secured at this stage in the process.
I mean, in actual fact, the red line for the other side doesn't extend to this red line, does it? It's parcel 2. Yes, so I mean there is a gap that is in private ownership with a private drive that's going down through it. Yeah, so I'm just saying that for clarification, really, for members that may not necessarily know that. In terms of the little tongue bit then, that's the red line that's coming across the road. A couple of questions, and I'll ask the questions before you go to the slide. But you did have a slide which was a picture of going down the hill. Are you able to indicate exactly where the exit will be from 4A? And if it's a pedestrian access, that's quite a wide area gap within the red line. And is there a reason for that? Does that make sense? Possibly not, but look on your face, I'm not sure.
No, it does make sense. I'm just regretting the fact that I didn't put the detailed highways drawing for that access point within my slides, because I'm not sure I can accurately tell you on the basis of a photograph exactly where it is. My colleague to the left can't either. I can open that plan for you if members want to see it. I can go onto the internet and open it. In with regards to the second point, the reason that it's a good question, the reason that this is so wide, as you're right, clearly that isn't, the footway isn't that wide. It's because the visibility display works within this space. So the crossing point, you can just about see, I hope, the path here actually comes down through here. Actual crossing points here. Display's already naturally in existence in this direction, but in this direction it requires some works along here, and that's why that needed to be within the red line to secure the splay. The actual crossing point itself is just there. I can take you to that photograph. I don't think I'd be far wrong saying it is basically, it is on this bend the wrong way, it's on here.
Could you use your microphone, please? If you pick up, Mr. Townsend, if you use your microphone, it won't be picked up otherwise in the public domain.
From that photograph, I'd say round about where that point is there is where it cuts through, such that you've got the visibility up the hill automatically by the alignment of the road for pedestrians, and you've then got the works to within the bit that's shown on the plan to the right, going down towards the roundabout.
So the work that will be required, is it on that side or on parcel 4B side?
There's an element required on both. From the point you made about the red line.
Microphone, please.
From the point you made about the red line, yes, some splay work is required to be done where my cursor is now, so on the 4B side. So you can imagine walking out of this point here, you've got splay at the moment going the correct way for you. You can see both ways. What you wouldn't have on the other side of the road is the splay. So there's some splay work required on both sides of the road, but that's why it's all within this red line, so that it can be secured by that condition. And we do have detailed highways drawings of this. I just didn't include that one because it's quite nitty-gritty and detailed. My apologies. But as I say, we do have that level of detail.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or wrong questions, if I can remind people? So Councillor Cheadle, Councillor Leach. So were you, Councillor Pearce, were you a question? No. Councillor Cheadle, Councillor Leach.
Thank you very much. I've just got two. One, I note the Tavistock Town Council has rejected on the grounds that South West Water concerned are about sewage and flooding.
I think that's Oakhampton, not Tavistock, I think.
Sorry, Oakhampton. Did I say Tavistock? Reboot. Oakhampton Town Council are suggesting South West Water have concerns about sewage and flooding. Yet there's a note that South West Water confirmed they have no issues and no objections. I just wondered what that's all about.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor, I have to summarise the Town Council comments because that's the comment they made. But you're quite right. In actual fact, I'm not quite sure where that comment from them originated from, because I did check and double check with South West Water and they have no problems with it. I mean, essentially the number of units has already been agreed at outline stage. So I wouldn't have expected South West Water to have a problem in terms of capacity now, because as I say, that was kind of determined when the outline was. But no, as far as I'm concerned, the statutory consultee has said they've got no problem with it. But as I say, I have to include the comments from the Town Council because they made them.
Okay, thanks very much. My second question was about cycling. And I wondered if there's any provision for cycling between this site and Oakhampton, or what is the provision for cycling?
The pedestrian link is a pedestrian cycle link as well. It can be used for both, but where it goes beyond that is dependent on the rest of the parcel 4A delivery, parcel 4B delivery, isn't it?
Yes. As Mr. Townsend quite rightly says, the pedestrian link that would go through the site would serve both. There's no set cycle routes immediately adjacent to this site that this would link to. I mean, the nearest one's probably the Granite Way. So it'd be a case of going through the residential development and picking it up adjacent to the Persimmon site that we'd actually looked at last committee or the one before, next to the Blue Bridge, where the Granite Way goes down and onto the mall. In terms of getting into town, as I say, you could take this pedestrian and cycle link until the point at which it goes back out onto Crediton Road, and that's the sort of designated link into town.
Councillor Leach.
Yeah, question on highways. Can you confirm what the speed limit will be once this, and if this comes to fruition, please?
the speed limit is being advertised at 40 because it doesn't comply with Devon's strict criteria for 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. But I managed to persuade them that 40 was appropriate.
Can we confirm or try to get them to bring it down to 30? Because I'll come on to the foot weights and etc. in a minute. But I think just about everybody in the town, in the hamlets, we must remember this is in Oakhampton Hamlets Parish Council area, are all extremely concerned about the health and safety of this particular issue. 30 would make us feel somewhat happier.
It doesn't comply with the county's criteria for 30 miles an hour beyond the roundabout because it's not fronted by development. That is the bottom line. I had a terrible job trying to persuade them that it complied with the criteria for 40 beyond the roundabout. And there's a policy exception being signed by the head of engineering in this particular instance for two reasons. Firstly, because of the specific characteristics of this section of road in the way that the character changes as you get to the crossroads at the top of the hill. And secondly, because of the particular circumstances requiring us to moderate the impact of the sight lines on this development so that they didn't have so much impact on the vegetation.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to this in debate.
Okay, members, any further questions? Doesn't look like it. Therefore, again, I would invite Mr. Matthews as the registered speaker. If you'd like to come forward. Again, you'll have your 3 minutes and possibly questions. Okay, so over to you when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I won't use my 3 minutes because the presentation being done by Anna was excellent as always. Just to reaffirm, Barrett David Wilson are really excited about this phase of the development. Phase 3 is proving to be really popular, but this phase of the development is a little bit more wow in our eyes, and that's not degrading anything on phase 3. But we're really excited about this one. We'd like to offer our thanks to your officers, including Phil from a highways point of view, that we've worked really well with, and there's been a good debate about the pedestrian access, and it's something that officers have come to us and that we work together to try and find a solution, which in the circumstance, I think as Anna alluded to, with where the situation was from the original outline, reaffirm what was said about trying to continue to provide a continued connection through into the ADPAD phase, and both parties are willing and are engaging in looking at varying different points, and that'll obviously be subject to a separate application because it's outside of this application. But we welcome the speed limit reduction. That's a very much a positive progression made by the business, and the footpath link towards the bottom, linking into the POS and 4B, and then 4B will follow on. Just reaffirms our continued desire to not just invest in West Devon, but to invest in the area and deliver high quality housing. So thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Moyes, and then Councillor Mott.
Yes, a resident has expressed concern that they keep their horses in alongside fields, and they're worried that residents may tip rubbish over the fence. It says in our report that most of the surrounding land is well fenced or hedges or whatever, but there's a bit that isn't. Is the bit that isn't adjacent to the land where the horses are? Because if they ate something, they say the management company would check at this, but if stuff's put over the fence, the horses eat it, they could be dead before the management company did anything about it.
Thank you. Yes, as a daughter who's a keen equestrian, I get that comment about cut grass fairly frequently. So, the specific point I can't comment on without knowing exactly which field the horses are in. What I would comment is that there's an agreed boundary structure plan, and we do encourage within our transfers to each individual purchaser that and West Devon, I'm sure, do provide a grass clipping bin, he says hopefully, but we do encourage, and management companies will be given remit to ensure that they are disposing of grass cuttings appropriately. I have to be honest, I would be mortified if our management company were dumping grass clippings, but we do make that abundantly clear to residents that they are to dispose of green waste appropriately, either through the council's scheme or through other such delivery to tips, etc.
Thank you. Well, did you, Sense Ms. Smith wants to respond, but do you want to leave it until after we've had all the questions,
Yes.
and then we can pick it up in a minute? Councillor Mott.
Thank you. And thank you for the provision of the electric charging points, but given the orientation of most of the properties on there, and I appreciate there are difficulties with the sites, etc., and the appearance that you want to give, you do state, though, that you're going to put solar panels on. Can you confirm, please, how many of those properties actually meet the requirements of having solar panels fitted? Because most of them aren't facing the right way.
I can't, Councillor, I'm afraid. I don't have that information to hand. I believe it has been submitted to Anna. I'm looking at Anna. Thank you. She's nodding her head kindly. From our point of view, yes, the car charging points, and I drive an electric car, so it's come in handy for me where they're about. We will be, where they are south-facing, and there are a number, we will look to incorporate them, but there is a detailed plan that has shown them, and it's been undertaken by a qualified assessor in that field of expertise to identify that.
Thank you. And in addition to that, I appreciate that we are only 4 years off now for the gas boilers for installation, and I see that you're intending to do that. Is there potential to change that from gas boilers to heat source pumps, or an alternative to gas?
The honest answer is no, and ironically there is a gas main running through the site. So there's a gas main just underneath the footpath that's to the back of Crediton Road. Thank you, Anna. As it's drawn at the moment, these will be incorporated within present building regs, so they will have a gas boiler.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from members? No? Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Henderson Smith, you wanted to make a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I know these questions weren't directed at me, but if I can just add to those answers from Mr. Matthews. So just to be clear on the first point about the horses in the adjacent field, I believe it's this field. I looked into this rep in quite some detail because actually it's the only letter of public representation we received. So the areas you can see in green on this plan here, so up to this point, and then again down here, and then essentially right around this buffer everywhere that you can't see an area of grey, is enclosed and with fencing at either end, and you wouldn't be able to gain public access into there. It's essentially an ecology and landscape buffer, so that would be hived off and accessible only by the management company. So if you were to go to the back of your fence along here and go like this with your grass clippings, then it would be going into this, it doesn't look very large, but it's actually several metres wide buffer within the management company ownership. So the only areas where the public could potentially walk up to the shared boundary are here. So you can see there's quite a dense Devon bank on the other side of there. And then a couple of points over here. And I have confirmed with the developer's agent and with the landscape officer that there is stock-proof fencing, not just there at the moment. I think there's Devon banks there at the moment, but the proposed finish to those areas is a stock-proof boundary to those areas. So there will be some areas where the public can get right up to there, but they are very minimal and quite visibly evident. Couldn't do it very surreptitiously. And as I say, there is stock-proof fencing proposed within this site, and so hopefully there'd be a buffer then into the adjacent site. So hopefully that adds to that answer. And if I may just add to the electric vehicle charging point, there's a condition on the outline application that seeks, the outline was approved under the old local plan, not the new JLP, but there is still a condition on the outline application, which secures either a 10% reduction in building regs levels in terms of sort of a fabric first approach on here, or a 10% on-site production of renewable energy. My understanding from the document that's been informally submitted to me, because actually that needs to come in under a discharge of conditions rather than with this application, but it's been informally tabled in front of me, and it has been formally tabled with regards to parcel 3, is that the sites parcel 3 and parcel 4A are actually seeking to do both. So it's a combination of actually reducing the fabric first approach in terms of building regs at the time of building by 10% and a 10% on-site production of electricity. So that's what's being tabled. So I've got no concerns that what's secured under the condition will be definitely achieved through the condition and some, I think.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, any other questions? Councillor Vachon?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just one that's come up there. The actual strip of grassland around the top of the estate there, is it the management company who'll be looking after that and keeping it clear and doing the hedges, etc.?
Through you, Chair, yes, it is. And the management scheme's been put forward. I think it's secured as part of the 106, but the management proposal's been put forward as part of this submission. And yes, it is. That would be part of the management company's job and covered area rather than in private ownership.
Any further questions? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, so I will move the officer's recommendation, which is on page 76, which is to delegate to the head of development management to grant conditional consent subject to the completion of the associated, I think that should be, shouldn't it, rather than association, deed of variation. Yeah. Okay, just checking we got the wording right. Is there a second for that, please?
Second, Chairman.
Thank you. We are in debate, members. Councillor Leach.
Yeah, I probably should have made it clear before that I'm one of the ward members for this area. First of all, I'd like to thank the developers and the planning officer for the amount of work that's literally gone into this one. I did point out quite recently that I wasn't particularly happy with the type of hedging, for instance, that was being used on the site, because the actual hedging was a native plant to New Zealand, which I thought was somewhat out of place in rural Devon. So that's changed to beach. So thank you for that one. When it comes to the hamlets and the town council, they did have issues. They do have issues about the amount of parking that's available on site. The police had issues, I think that's been dealt with. There are still issues concerning waste collection because of how it's now set up, whether waste lorries can get into these little courtyards or whether all waste is going to literally be put on the road sites. And when it comes to drainage, it's okay for South West Water and others to say everything's fine. But because of the topography of this site and parcel 4B, the water will, once this is built, cascade down these hills. And if we don't get the water right, the Brightly Brook, which goes to Brightly, could end up flooding Brightly, which is what has happened in the past before development. So I can understand their concerns. But if all the boxes are ticked by the experts, it's very, very hard for us lay people to say it's wrong. My biggest concern is this crossing on the road. I don't know if we can bring up a plan showing all the parcels together, so 3, 4, and the bottom of 2, because that'd be quite helpful if you can. Because again, a little bit of history here. And the biggest problem for us at this end of the town is the piecemeal way planning has gone ahead since the previous town plan, which is Linden's site, the core strategy, and now the joint local plan. Because we have problems on the Linden site. Thank you for the cursor. And Broome Park, going out to Crediton Road. That's it. We now have people, because they can't find a footpath out from that point, they're going out through the fence and walking up the hill back towards the school. And that's hellishly dangerous as it is. We're trying to sort that one as we speak. If you're in parcel 3, you have two choices. Once the roundabout is finished, you either go up to the roundabout, cross the main road to get to the one and only shop that's being built on parcel 2, or to go up the footpath on parcel 2 side, going back towards the school. Or you follow others and go up straight up the road. When you come to parcel 3 and 4A, so B, 4B can drop down to parcel 3 and go along to the roundabout, across the road and up to the school. Failing that, have to come all the way back up Kellett's Lane and round the whole estate to get to the school. Now, my big concern is parcel 4A. So if you're coming out of parcel 4A, you want to go to the shop or you want to go to the school, you've got to cross the road. You've got to get into parcel 3, come across parcel 3, go down to the roundabout, across the roundabout and up to the school. I can't actually see people doing that. They're going to come out of parcel 4A and walk up the road. It's the quickest route. It's the most dangerous route. It's on 2 dangerous bends. And sometimes at the bottom, the bridge gets flooded. So there's lots of issues there. And when I hear it's Devon County Council Highways policies that actually stops us turning that into a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, it makes me quite cross. And I think we should be lobbying to get something better from a speed limit point of view. If we can get the some form of footbridge to come from parcel 4A into ADPAD in the future, that would be brilliant. But because it crosses a private track, that could be extremely difficult to do, and certainly will take, I guess, some years to come to fruition, rather like the blockage in Kellen's Lane, which technically stops anybody walking straight along that road, which has now taken 7 years. So I would ask the committee to try, not necessarily to stop this development. I have long-term problems with the development, but it's here, it's got planning permission. But health and safety must come first with this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Did you wish to speak? Councillor Pearce, thank you.
Chairman, I have concerns about the crossing point. I know this road very well because I used to travel up and down it probably 3 or 4 times a week when I was working in a proper job before I retired. Senior officers have acknowledged what I have put forward, and hopefully there will be some work to come from parcel 4A across to parcel 2, but somebody is going to have to speak to the landowner that lives in the farm, because there's quite a big chunk of land there which is basically a ransom strip if we want to put a bridge in. My concern is, and like Councillor Leach, whatever Devon County's policy are or is on speed restrictions, that road coming down the hill in the winter time when the sun is shining is deadly, because you get the glare from the wet highway and you come around that bend and you're right full on into the sun, and anybody who's coming across there is taking their life in their hands. They'll have to listen pretty well, because also we've got two major transport companies at North Taunton. Although most of the traffic goes out from North Taunton across to Widden Down, a certain amount of their trucks come down through there, and you know, it's not an ideal situation. I fully appreciate what the planning officers and the developer has come forward with there, because there wasn't a reason, or there wasn't a requirement in the outline planning, because I was on the committee when we approved the outline for a big block of land, and what we didn't realise, and perhaps we should have done in hindsight, it gives us good knowledge now for anything in the future, but when you have a major chunk of land which is granted outline planning permission, you need to put things in case the land is split up like it has been here, and we're left now with unintended consequences. Quite frankly, if I was buying a house on 4A and I had children of primary school age, I wouldn't allow them to cross down there. So my feeling is that there'll be more car use coming out of that estate or that development, taking the children up to the primary school, rather than the children having to cross the main road twice, which they'll have to do. And I know that, you know, I appreciate what the developer has done, and Mr. Matthew, and also our planning officers, but I don't think highways of, you know, Mr. Townsend's colleagues who sit in Exeter or Newton Abbot fully appreciate what that road is like. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else? Taking into account, of course, we can making a decision on what the application is that is before us. I fully understand people's concerns. I actually share them, and would love to see a way of being able to cross over the stream and from parcel 4A into parcel 2. But currently, that is not part of the application that is before us, and it is not within the scope of this committee. We need to look at where we are and what we've got. So, is there any more debate, members? If not, then we will take this to the vote. So, just reminding you that we are on page 76, which is to grant conditional consent subject to the completion of the associated deed of variation. So, all those in favour, please show. That's unanimous, so that's carried. Thank you all very much indeed, and thank you for your time. And that is actually the end of the agenda, because we did the other two items before lunch. So I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.